Hello, everyone. I hope you are doing well. You can enjoy my glasses being halfway between regular glasses and sunglasses at the moment because it's cold outside, so I had a scarf wrapped over them. And so the top part is shaded and the bottom part is unshaded. Can you put in chat the people who voted for this, by the way, Tristan? We are today just doing puzzles that are voted on from the bucket. So we'll do that. So today's is some sort of U-Bahn type puzzle. Oh, Woofer, you say KNT U-Bahn puzzle that I did. I have been working on a KNT U-Bahn puzzle for over a week, I think. I think I'm almost done. Part of that is Penpa's fault. It's really Chrome's fault, but I like to blame Penpa. But Chrome started doing this thing where if a tab is inactive, it sort of phases it out. And so that has meant that what happens is every time that the browser tab tabs out, it reverts me to like where I was 2 hours ago in the solve. Yes, the new KNT U-Bahn puzzle is amazing, but it is quite difficult. It's running up there on the most hours I've spent on a thing. Yeah, so Woofer, fun fact, when I started the puzzle, you could not convert it into Sudoku pad because some of the clues got off. But because Mark Fan is such a trooper and a hero, now the puzzle does work in CTC. And so now I think, probably 90% of the way through solving it in CTC. Hey, Niverio. So anyway, so all of this is sort of lead in to talking about this Jakhob and Woofer puzzle, which was voted for by Woofer, Niverio, Nordy, Doomdiat, Luda, Ambrose, Josh, Russ, Math Pesto, Alathana, and David. Thank you so much to all of you for your support. We always let people who support the stream at the windmill level or above vote on what puzzle we start stream with. And because it's been a little bit since we've been able to do that, we're just going to do the most voted on puzzles, and we're just going to tick them off one by one. Today, that's the plan. So that is this puzzle. I did want to mention, by the way, if you have not yet seen it, I did post a puzzle that is a sort of like Japanese sum/nonsense puzzle to LMD earlier this week. So that puzzle is called 3 of Diamonds. It has been very well received, with some people saying it was like a wonderful 4-hour solve, and some people saying it was a wonderful 12-minute solve. But whichever end of the spectrum you're on, I do hope that if you do it, that you enjoy it. It is an homage to a painting in Taiji that Microstudy and I became a bit obsessed with. So Microstudy suggested the name. Anyway, I recommend that. Also, Tallcat and I, after spending several weeks trying to figure out how on earth could you set an anti-V between lines puzzle, we figured out how to set an anti-V between lines puzzle. So that is published under Tallcat on LMD. It is called Y-Spot. We'll let you figure out why. And so that is it for me on the setting front, I believe. Okay, so now we get to figure out what the rules of this puzzle are. So we need to draw a loop network, which may branch or turn but not have dead ends. I think Y-Spot is interestingly the most controversial puzzle that I have published in some amount of time, or co-published, or whatever. A lot of people really like it. A lot of people are less certain how much they like it. So there we go. Yes, J. Dyer makes a good point. Almost everything is under Tallcat because he's that tall. So loop network here, I'm just drawing in some sample loop network because loop network sounds kind of like snake, and I will reflexively apply snake logic. Why do I still have earbuds in my ears? I will, so it's not a snake is what I'm trying to point out. And I will, because snake logic becomes so ingrained in you, it's very easy to accidentally apply. But this loop is allowed to branch. The thing it's specifically not allowed to do is it's not allowed to have dead ends. So I could not have this down here. But the loop network has to connect everywhere. So we have that rule that we have to say? Okay, so now I don't know what cells need to have loops. So when I say connect everywhere, I just mean everywhere on the loop has to be connected. There's only one loop network. Okay, so a clue outside the grid tells you how many times that particular type of loop segment shows up. And so these are the 4 types of loop segment that you're allowed to have. You can have bendy, straight, T, or 4-way intersection. I kind of feel like these should really only be one type because they're both sort of 2 exits, but whatever. These are the 2 flavors of 2 exit. And so, for example, this is telling you that in this row, there are 2 straight lines, although that's not a great example. In this row, there's 1 straight line, but note that straight line might look like that, or it might look like that, and we as the solver have to decide exactly what it does. Okay. Each orthogonally connected area of cells not visited by the loop contains exactly 1 clue. So these are Nurikabe clues. The value of which represents the size of the area. A question mark can represent any non-zero size. So basically what this is telling me is these are all not visited. So they can all be green. And I need to make sure that I have all of these, and there's nothing about connecting to the wall or anything, I don't think. Yeah, it does not appear that I have a, like, connected to the wall rule, which I'm asking about because the KNT puzzle that is similar to this, and that I assume in some way inspired this, inspired that. I'm just guessing that because I know Woofer did the KNT puzzle, and I think the KNT puzzle that I'm referring to is one of my favorite puzzles that I've done in a while. So I'm guessing Woofer felt similarly, although I won't put Woofer on the spot and make them say whether they actually liked the puzzle or not, but I liked it a lot. All right. So let's get started. I don't know. How are we going to do a bet tree? Do you have any suggestions, Woofer? Maybe you've thought about this on how to do a bet tree on this puzzle. Like, should I just put a bet tree like here and say like, should I put a bet tree here and say we're going to guess how many straight line segments there are in this row at the end of the puzzle? That seems to me like the most sensible way to do it. But I will, if Woofer has a better suggestion, Woofer would like to know the bottom left. Oh no, Woofer has retracted. Row 7, column 2. Okay, so you want us to guess actually in the grid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, column 2. Okay, so Woofer would like you to bet of the shapes, what shape will this be? And it might be no shape because it might be part of one of these regions. Who knows? Yeah, I'd very much like to set a U-Bahn type puzzle. We will see if I can successfully set one or not. Okay, so there need to be 2 straight line pieces in this row. And so one thing that tells me I cannot put straight lines over here. So I need to put some straight line pieces over here. And those straight lines have to go horizontally. There is no way that the straight lines don't go horizontally because a straight line going vertically would go off the grid because this is the top row. So they have to go horizontally. Now there are 3 possible ones that I could do. But if, for example, this cell was not part of the loop network, if this cell was green, it would be impossible to put 2 straight lines. Because neither of these could be. So that's not that. That is loop network. Actually, do we like the light gray or the dark gray? Maybe I like the light gray better. The same is true over here. And now the same is true here. All of these have to be part of the loop network, no matter what. Oh, are we doing this? Are we doing this with water because of the... Okay, I guess we can do it with... Actually, does anyone feel the blue and green look too similar? The blue and green look distinct enough to me, but if anyone is bothered by the blue and green being similar, I'll shift it around. Now, an interesting thing is that there's no T's in this row. So the no T's in this row let's see. I'm trying to decide, could the two straight pieces... let's see. Yeah, they could go like that, and then this could turn. Yeah, okay. I think the no t's is going to mean that the loop is going to have to be either that or that. I think that's true. Is there any way I can do it that those aren't the two straight pieces, given that I can't use a t? I don't think so. So yeah, I think it's always this or this. And so I think that means, as Mixo says, the middle one always has to be one of them. I don't have enough room in here to split it up. So that is, this I also know it does not go down, because then it will not thing. Okay. So we've got that. There's also no t's in this row, but there are two crosses in this row. That's interesting. So usually there aren't many crosses. So the fact that there's two of them in this row is interesting. So where are the two crosses going? So an interesting thing is I can't put a cross, say, here, because it would connect up. But in fact, I can't put a cross here. So I definitely am not putting the cross here. I'm definitely not putting it here. I think I can just get away with putting one here. Obviously, I can't put one there or there. I can't put one there. So there's only 3 places that I can even plausibly put these crosses. And I'm trying to decide if one of these I can rule out. It feels like maybe I can, but I'm not sure. So I'm going to just mark with circles the 3 spots that I think I said could be a crissy-crossy. So we've got that. And so... I mean, I think what we're eventually going to need to conclude is that the network does go up here, but I don't think we can conclude that yet. Actually, maybe we can. I think we... No, I don't think we quite can. Annoyingly, there's a possibility there that we can. Okay. So, So we've got all of that going on. Right. So Carl makes a good point. Remember, there's 2 possible shapes for this line. One of them is this one. Well, it can't be that one, because if it was this one, then I would miss both of these circles. So Carl has asked the smart question, which is this universe at all possible? And the answer is no, because it rules out a cross from both that cell and that cell. Here I'm using both what I know about row 1 and what I know about row 2. So instead, we have to do it the other way. So that was a very smart question. So we have to do that. So these cells are all part of the loop network. Now, mind you, I don't know if either of these is a cross. I just know that if it went the other way, things would be a problem. Wait, isn't that not... Oh, no, it is 2. Sorry, somehow in my brain it was 3 loop things. Yeah, I can put an X here, I believe. Now, I ask myself, can this go here? And the answer is no. Because if this went here, it would form one of these T's. And so now, what if this is part of the loop network? If it's part of the loop network, it's a dead end. So it's not part of the loop network. And now every green region is clued. And so this is part of the green. So the green has to grow down the column like that. So we've got some more green coming to hang out with us. Like that. Okay, so now this isn't a plus. And so now we know where the pluses are. Because this can't be a plus because it would go into the green. So we now know, actually, this is a plus, and this is a plus. Plusy plus. Oops. I feel like this is the symbol for some sort of superhero, but I don't know which one. So we're going to go ahead and blue all of that. Oh, congratulations. Jay Dyer gets featured. Well done to Jay. This cell is a corner. So this is going to come across like that. It's going to have to do that. So we've got all that. Oh, this is blue as well. Okay, this is blue and it can't go up, so it has to continue. It has nowhere else it can go. Now, Jay Dyer really becoming the champion of cracking the cryptic lately. So we've got some stuff happening. Okay, so this green is definitely not joining this, because this is a 2 clue. And so one of these two is green, therefore this cell has to be blue. Because if this cell was green, it would make this not a 2. So this is always green. So I am happy with that. Also, we only have one of the 5 corners in this column, so I'm going to keep an eye on that. I need to make a T, which I think I could make there without a problem. We'll see at a later date and time about that option. Row 2, column 9. It's because every green region is clued, Ratfinks. And so this green needs to find a question mark. And so if I made this blue, this green could not connect to a question mark. Sarah, right? Ratfinks is Sarah, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. Let's see. Okay, so there are 0 T's here. And so the fact that there's 0 T's, what that tells me is this can't ever go down. Let me just X that off. This needs to go somewhere. Okay, so my question is, can these connect? And I think if these connect, I think I'm going to create a problem, because I'm going to make both of these green through the following complicated series of events. If these connect, remember in this row there are no T's. And so if these connect, then I can't connect down to here, and I can't connect down to here. Oh, not quite. Sorry, I'm wrong. I could still do something like that. I could still turn in and out, and it might be okay. Never mind. No, it can't do that, because that would put 2 corners in this row. Wow, yep, that would put 2 corners in this row. Yep, Mixo saw it as I did. Because these could not, neither of them could connect down. If this connects, this is the universe I'm talking about. The universe where this connects. If these aren't blue, then you do that. And if these are if these are blue, then you do that, which breaks that. Otherwise, they're green. But if they're green, then you've put way more than 2 cells in here. So anyway, the short version is these don't connect. That's, I think, the intended deduction. So those both come down. And so that does that. And so this green finishes. We can put in the blue like that. And now we've got all of that happening. How many CTC features is Jay up to now? It's got to be a lot. I keep thinking avoid a checkerboard, but there's no avoid a checkerboard rule in this puzzle. Let's see. Okay, so this row is just done. There's nothing else I can do in this row, I don't think. This row is done. Let's see. This column needs to have 2 T's in it. Suppose this could be a T and be counted by both of those clues. That's probably possible. Let's see. Alathana is convinced something above something has to be a corner. I don't see it. Why couldn't this be a T? I think this could be a T. Maybe that's going to require... If this is a T, maybe it requires two... maybe it would require two corners. Yeah, I think I believe that. I think that's a little gross to use right now. But I do think I believe it. I'll use it if I don't find something better. That if this were a T, I think I couldn't do it without putting more corners in the row than I'm allowed. Let's see. We've still got this 5 corners here business, which is very interesting. Because, I mean, that's not a corner. So I've still got... How big is this grid? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's only 8 by 8. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I could think about the last column, which needs one straight line. Okay. Oh, this green gets out. Let's just do the easy thing first. The green gets out. And so now I know I have a straight piece in one of these. And so, again, one of these is a straight piece, and so therefore these are always part of the loop network. This is the same deduction that we used up here. Actually, this is a simpler version, but same idea of the deduction that we used up here. So one of these is the straight one. Now, I can ask, what if these are my blue cells? Then this green is going to sort of come around like this. I don't know if that's going to be a problem or not immediately. Let's see. I should look across here. There's only going to be one straight line here. Only going to be one T in this row. I don't think either of those is breaking anytime soon. Oh, this cell's always green, because this green has to connect, and it's not going to connect if that doesn't go through that cell. So this cell is always green regardless. So I now actually know this green is definitely connecting to this question mark, because there's no way that I can get this green to any of the question marks over here without touching this. So if I were coloring regions, what I'm saying is these are all the same region. Okay. And now because of that green, now this can't go up, because if blue comes up here, it's a dead end. Beautiful. Okay, so very nice. Okay, so we now know that this does exactly this. So yeah, so all of that worked out well. So we have that. And so now the green, remember, still hasn't connected. So the green has to connect through here. And so now this is a corner. So now that has become blue. Now, yeah, one of these is going to have to be the green to connect this over to here. Let's see. There's only one straight line here. That's not interesting. There's only one straight line here. That's not interesting. There's only one T here. Yeah, so I know this doesn't connect. I don't think that's useful just yet, but I suspect we're getting there. I think this is going to be the T, but it doesn't have to be. Actually, no, I know one of these two is a T, but I don't know exactly what's going to happen. Okay, so we've got all of this. So now, if this is blue... Oh, well, this is just a corner. Oh, this is just a corner. So that thing that I said, if it's blue, it is blue. And so it's a corner. So never mind about that. So we actually get this... this pattern coming up over here. Now there's only one T in this row, and if I connected these, they would be a T. So I think that's what chat wanted. I think chat wanted to put an X there, which we can definitely do. Let's see. So, hey, Texas Game Mom. Okay, and we've got one corner and one T. Row 5, column 5 is a corner. Great spot to crispy. Yep, absolutely. And this is a corner too, actually. So all of this is blue. And so now my green actually comes here, and now it no longer needs to grow, but my blue needs to get out, because remember, I only am making one network. And so this network is going to escape here. This is not connected to 2 cells yet. The only cell it can connect to is that one. So we get this sort of networky bit at the bottom. This row still needs to have a T. Oh, that is a good point, 11 Tickles. I should ask people to please take a second, if you have not yet done so, to like the stream. It is always appreciated when you do that, and it helps us out a lot. It has helped spur a lot of the growth in the channel, I think. So if you could do that, it would be greatly appreciated. Okay, so this clue is interesting. This clue tells me I need to have a straight line piece in this row, and I don't have one yet, and the only way I'm doing it is vertical. So either this is a straight line piece or this is a straight line piece. I don't know which one it is yet, but it does tell me that one of these cells is blue and one of them is green. And I want to think about the world where this is the green one and see if it breaks immediately. Sadly, I don't think it breaks immediately, but one of these is blue and one of them is green. I'm just going to denote that in my usual way by putting a white slash across it. Because of the... Am I blind? No, sorry. No, okay. So yeah, so one of those each. Okay. So let's see. If row 3, column 4 isn't a corner, isn't row 3 broken? Is a question being hypothecated. So if this is not a corner, then it would go straight down. And now this would be a corner, and that would be a T, I think. Something of that sort. This is something before where there was a kind of messy look ahead that we could do that I was pretty convinced of. It's getting more filled in, so I'm kind of hoping we can wait just a little bit longer on this before we let it get all done. So let's see. So this is 2 T's. I don't think that's the T, though. This gets out at most one more. Let's see. Do we really have to say this can't be a T? I think we probably now actually have to say this can't be a T. I don't know. It seems one step messier than I really want to do if I can avoid it. But I guess I'm willing to do it. If this is a T, then this cell is forced to be a corner, and so that's the T end to the corner. And so the question is, what on earth is this? It can be neither a T nor a corner. And now those are the only things it could be. Oh no, it could go down. So then what's this is the question. So this goes down in that event, and so now this has to be a T or a corner, and it can't be any of them. So that is... it's not nice, but it's true that this can't be a T. So this is a corner, and it can't go that way, because if it goes that way, it immediately makes a second corner. And so it goes this way instead, which makes this blue. Now this is a dead end, so it's green, and it needs to get out, so it goes there. I mean, it's one of those things, Mixo, where maybe if I did a bunch of Ubon puzzles and then I got used to the memory behind it, then maybe the pattern recognition would become nicer. Like, I mean, a lot of logic that was in killer puzzles, if I'd never seen a killer puzzle before and I saw it once, I would be like, oh, that is heinous. But then, you do it enough times and it's not so bad. And Woofer is pointing out that there's a more elegant parody thing going on, which is deeper than I was willing to think at the moment, but I would bet it is prettier if you either discover or prove the more elegant parody thingy. So this can't be a corner, and so therefore it must go down, because regardless of what happens, in order to not be a corner, it must go down. It can't only go left. Now we've got that cell there. Yeah, it's one of those weird things where so much of difficulty is about experience. So neither of these is a T. That's not a T. So one of these is a T. And whichever of them is a T, this always goes across. But then this one is a T, so now this one's not a T, so it doesn't go down. So that's the T. That's the corner for the row. We've still only got one corner so far. For what is going on. So we need lots more corners. Yes, as Ace of Spades says, we need lots more corners. So there's going to be a corner here, a corner here, and a corner here. Isn't that still not enough? Oh, I think I need a corner at literally all four of these spots. Right, because I've only got one so far. Is there one of these that obviously can't be a corner? I mean, I think I know that these two can't be corners. These two can't both be corners. I think. But I think I'm very close to knowing that there are only 5 spots. I just need to know that this one can't be a corner or something like that. Yeah, the cogito is claiming the thing that the sort of thing I was looking for, which is that only one of these can be a corner, because if they're both corners... Actually, maybe that's not true. Because I think they could both turn, and I think it would be okay. It would just make this a corner as well. Let's see. But that's the sort of thing I'm looking for. I think it's probably true down here. I mean, I guess it's just as easy as these can't both be corners, isn't it? No, because those could be corners if what it does is that. Yeah, this is a little messier than I want to think about at the moment. That one only has 4 corners. Am I miscounting? That is a corner 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that one does only have 4 corners. You're right. Let's see. Mixo's point involves me reading a lot of cells and where they are in the grid, and so it's not that I don't believe Mixo's point will be nice. It's that counting that many different cells is going to make my life more complicated. So I am pausing before I have to count. I have to count off 4 different cells and where they are. But I will do it if chat really likes it. So it is row 4, column 4, row 5, column 4, row 6, column 4. Oh, it was only 3 cells. I couldn't even count. I thought it was 4 cells. I wouldn't have complained about 3 cells. So Mixo says if these are all corners, then this is a loop, which is true. So if these are all corners, this goes this way, and this is now a little loop, and I can't have a little loop. So these can't all be corners, and so therefore that's a corner. 2 of those are corners. I still need 2 more corners, therefore both of these are corners. The only corner this can be is that one. The only corner this can be is that one. And so we get that. That was a very good spot to Mixo. And so this now, because this needs to be a corner, this just turns up like that. But now this definitely needs to connect somewhere. Yeah, right. One of these two has to connect somewhere. It's this one. But if this connects up, I break 2 corners, I think. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, right. If this connects up, I'm capped at 4 corners because I can make those a corner, that a corner, and that a corner, but neither of these can be a corner anymore. And so this can't connect up. It has to connect left, making that blue, making this go this way, making this blue. If I believe my pencil mark, that tells me that goes that way. This is a very nice puzzle, by the way, Woofer. I like this a lot. And Jacob as well. I had to look up and see if this was only a Woofer puzzle or a Woofer and Jacob puzzle. But of course, it is a Woofer and Jacob puzzle, and is very cool. Let's see. So now I have to read all my clues, because now I've used the clues that I was mostly concerned about. So we need 2 T's here. Not that one, not that one, and not that one. So 2 of these cells are T's, which is interesting-ish. In this row, I need 1 straight line. Yeah, so that's still true. I still need either a straight line there or a straight line there. Oh, now this is interesting. Okay, so I think this always needs to connect over. Because whenever I have my straight line... No. Okay. I feel like the fact that I need a straight line in this column, in this row, in one of these 2 spots is very interesting. I'm trying to figure out which thing breaks, because I'm having a hard time visualizing it. Oh no, it has to connect there. That's the point. Because remember, as soon as I put a straight line in here, the other cell turns green. So if I put my straight blue here, it can connect there and there, and it's fine. If I put my straight blue here, then this becomes green, and so then what on earth is happening? Oh, I guess it can still connect over. The point is, I guess, either way, this cell is blue and connects to that cell. It's weaker than I had hoped. I thought I was going to know that this was the one that had to come down to do that, but I think this can be the one that comes down to do it, unfortunately. Now... But then where would you get 2 T's in column 2? Okay, so if this goes down like this, this piece is now straight. This piece is now green. This piece isn't a T. And so now I'd need both of these to simultaneously be T's. Which I think is going to break some of the green clues, but I don't 100% see it yet. Let's see. I know these don't connect, so let me emphasize. I know those don't connect. Oh, sorry, that should be in green. Those don't connect because that would break my 5 corners. Let me turn my sound off real quick. Okay, so this is the 1T row. So that could be the T. Both T's are in row 7 and row 8. So those 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so it's being claimed. I can never make this a T, which is true. Is it true that I can never make this a T? Yes, that's true, because it would also break both of those. So I agree. If I just ask myself, where do the 2 T's go? The only place they can go is there. So those cells are both parts of T's. This cell now can't be green, so it has to be blue, because green cells need a clue. Let's see. Yeah, the bottom T is at the bottom, so it can only be one T, as Mixo points out. So the only T it can be is that one. This is now a corner. So it's going to go up there. Yes, congratulations to the T-betters is correct. This needs to be a corner, remember? So so that connects up like that. Let's see. Okay, so this needs to be a T. But not a lot to say about it yet, I don't think. Can it connect both of those? Is that a problem? Yes. If this is a T going this way, it creates two T's, in fact, because it creates a T here, of course, but it also creates a T there. So it's not a T going horizontally, and so therefore it must go up. That is the long and the short of it, and so therefore this cell is green by white linitude. And so therefore this cell is green by the fact that I need to connect greens to clues. This is now a corner. Oops, except it's a corner... except it is a corner up there. This is a corner, so it goes into there. And so now I need to count my T's and see if I need to make another T somewhere. No, I've got my T's. Okay, so now maybe I'm done. Do I need to count all the clues? Because, I mean, there's no way, it's not going to do answer check, so I need to actually count it by hand. We've got all of our T's in column 2. Yeah, I think, okay. Woofer confirms that we are done. Very nice puzzle. I liked that. That was a nice, gentle intro to this. I should have thought more about this whole, like, parity of turns business. Yeah, CTC solution check doesn't check for these sorts of things. Alrighty. I am going to take a quick break and be back with whatever the next puzzle is in our list of puzzles that have been voted on. Yes. Now KNT's U-Bahn puzzle will be practically trivial. Alright. I will be right back. Alrighty, welcome back. So on the channel, we don't really take submissions, per se. But every once in a while, people will sort of stretch, we'll say, the we don't take submissions policy. And people recommend a puzzle if they see something that is exceptional that they think I would really like. And so this puzzle is probably the most I've ever been recommended a puzzle by people who are like, Zeta, you just have to do this puzzle. So let us have a look at this puzzle, which is by question mark, but who the question mark is has been solved because it is by the Cogito. If you're curious why this is that, it's because this is from the Cracking the Cryptic Secret Santa thing, which happens on the Discord every year. I highly recommend you do it if you haven't. The way it works is a bunch of puzzle people chip in and you get to say what you want in a puzzle, and then someone makes it for you, and then you get someone else who says who and what they wanted in a puzzle, and you try and make that for them. It's a great way to sort of bend your brain as a setter, as sometimes they will ask you for something that you have no you'll have no idea about. And then, of course, sometimes they'll ask you for something that is, like, exactly in your wheelhouse. So, like, the first time I did the Secret Santa, the thing my Santee asked for was a puzzle with as many different constraints as possible. And I was like, well, this will be easy. And then I made the puzzle Wreath, which you can see. Tristan can link to it in chat if he's listening. But it's in the zetamath catalog, so if you want to go back. It was never posted on LMD or anything. But it's a puzzle I'm quite proud of the aesthetic on, because it's literally has no repeated clue types, but there's still an enormous amount of symmetry in it. But then the second year I did it, my Santee was Jatlo, who asked for something loop-based, and I'd never set anything loop-based before, so I got to do that, and that was super fun. I've never had it be someone that I knew before, so maybe next year, maybe it'll be someone I know. But anyway, the fact that I did loop-based stuff for Jatlo has led to me setting a number of loop-based puzzles since then, including 3 of Diamonds, but also including some other stuff. Including a puzzle for a mysterious purpose that I'm incredibly proud of, that you will all see at some point. All right, so let's read the rules. So we have Yin Yang rules, so we need to shade some stuff. So that in the grid, there's no entirely shaded 2x2s of either, there's no entirely shaded or entirely unshaded 2x2s. So straight from Wreath. Not straight from Wreath, straight from 3 of Diamonds. However, the shaded stuff and the unshaded stuff must be orthogonally connected. We need to divide the grid into 27 separate 3-cell segments or cages. Digits can't repeat within cages. And every cage is either entirely shaded or entirely unshaded. God, I hope there's not a combinatorial deduction involving this in the border. I'll be so mad. There probably isn't, because people recommended me this puzzle. Black dots between cells must separate 2 cages and indicate that the sums of the digits in those respective cages form a 2-to-1 ratio. White dots between cells must separate 2 cages and indicate that the sum of the digits in those respective cages are consecutive. So I think part of the reason, by the way, why people recommended this puzzle to me is that it bears some similarities to a puzzle I made called MIA. And I think I have more than once said I think MIA is my puzzle that I'm most proud of, with the possible sole exception of the puzzle hunt, which is really like an entirely different thing than a like normal puzzle. So the fact that this has similarities to MIA probably is part of why people have recommended it to me. Also, I'm realizing that I pulled out a sheet of paper on which to write the list of people's names who voted for it. And you see a list of names here, which might make you think that I remembered to do it. But this is from a much earlier stream that was probably like 2 months ago that had this list of people who voted for it. So if Tristan could put the list of people who voted for this puzzle in the chat, that would be great. Then I can read off their names. All right. All dots are given. So we have that. Unshaded cages sum to an even value. Shaded cages sum to an odd value. Fascinating. And cells with a gray square must contain an even digit. Okay, Tristan cannot. Okay. Apologies to those of you who voted for who voted for this puzzle, who shall go unnamed, but your contributions to the channel are much appreciated anyway. Very sorry for that. All right, so the first thing we can do is draw in lots of lines. Oh, sorry, I have this in center. I want edge only mode. Okay, edge only mode, please. There we go. By the way, if there is a bedding tree, I will happily take a bedding tree. So I feel like this sort of like diagonal of dots is becoming one of Cogito's signatures, because it has shown up in a lot of Cogito puzzles lately. So this needs to be part of a 3-cell thingy, so these two are definitely part of the same thingy. Now, what was that about squares? Something about shaded squares? It just says cells with a gray square must contain an even digit. I don't think it tells me anything about whether that is even or odd. I know this cage has an even total, though. And I know that... No, I don't. Sorry. Let's see. Row 8, column 6. Sorry, I was about to apply incorrect vignettes logic to this. Okay, so here's another trick. These two have to be in different cages. The reason why these two have to be in different cages is because of the fact that if they were in the same cage, the total of this cage would be both consecutive and a 2-to-1 ratio with this one. But what would that mean? That would mean that... and then my brain went away. That would mean that these numbers were both consecutive and in a ratio of 2-to-1, which would mean I had a 3-cell cage that summed to something that it's not allowed to sum to. I'd have a 3-cell cage that summed to 1, which is not going to happen. So we can sort of fill in that at least. I'm debating on exactly how I'm going to try and handle this whole shaded, unshaded coloring business. We'll figure it out eventually. We'll fix it in post, as they say. Well, whatever this is, it certainly has to get out. Let's see. Right. Garion has a good spot. This cell can't be yellow, because if this cell was yellow, there would be a black dot here. So that cell is yellow. Good spot to Garion. So these two, again, same exact reasoning. I don't know why I saw it in one spot and didn't see it in the other. These two... Oh, no, I know why I didn't see it, because before I didn't know the cell was yellow, and I didn't know the cell was yellow until Garion told me it was yellow. So now this is a separate cage, and that's relevant because it's going to push the red cage down here like this. I don't know why my borders are green. We're just going to have to accept that that was a mistake that we made, and then move on with our lives. So this is now going to have to be a cage that comes out down here. Let's see. So this must have a border because this cell has a black dot and this one doesn't. So there's a thing over here and we know exactly what it looks like. It has to look exactly like that. This is now a border because, again, these have a relationship and these don't. So we know exactly what this looks like. Right. Okay. This way we can do this one too, because this red comes out here. And if this red continued here, there would be a white dot here, but there isn't. So the red, in fact, continues there. And now this is done. So now this cage is just flat out forced. It just has to do that. It has no optionality in its life anymore. Now that white dot in this absence of white dot puts a bar here. So those are purple. This blue can't come down anymore because there would be a white dot with red. Kajito saying, no, don't jinx it by saying this is going smoothly. Zeta will fuck it up. Let's see. Okay, so these are both blue, and that's blue. Let's see. So we've got that coming out over there for sure. So whatever this is, that's not blue, that's orange. Oh, I just said the wrong color name out loud. Whatever. When I was watching the video of Tristan picking the best, most coherent things of me solving my puzzles of the year, I noticed that at my best, most coherent moments, I said the wrong number or the wrong cell in at least half of them. So really, I feel like we should just celebrate anytime I actually do somehow manage to say the right thing, because it happens so rarely. Let's see. So where else do we have stuff happening? So we have several places where it looks like we want to wrap, but we can't quite. I'm debating at what point I should think about the rest of the puzzle and whether I know which of these is odd and even, because there's theoretically a whole Yin Yang thing going on, but who knows how that works at the moment. And obviously I can think about like the border trick. If you know the border trick, I'll explain the border trick when the border trick becomes relevant. It is a Yin Yang secret. Ambrose says, curious if we're going to use the Yin Yang rule at some point. Can you imagine if this entire puzzle solved and at no point did we think about the Yin Yang part? That would be amazing. That would be like S tier level trolling. That's like beyond chaotic evil level of trolling. Okay. So, the secret Satan puzzles. I mean, it really looks like that wants to do that, but I don't actually think I know that it does any such thing. I can fill 2, 4, 6, 8 in my even cells. How about that? Oh, fun fact, I'm a bit into stream and I haven't turned on my keypad yet because the last puzzle was a loop puzzle, and so it did not involve filling 2, 4, 6, 8 into cells. Let's see. Clearly in this puzzle, I should color odd evenness of cells. I should color gray-greenness of the yin yang, and then I should color my dominoes each a different color as well, or my triominoes each a different color as well, just to see how it goes. It would be really natural in some ways to do that as like 2 separate dominoes, but who knows? Can I prove it has to be that? I don't think so. So I'm debating this cell either connects up or connects down. If it connects down, I'm trying to ask myself if there could really be a border here. And I think there could, because I think this could go down by 1 twice, for example. That's true. The avoid a 2x2 thing is going to tell me some about shading. So maybe I should start thinking about shading as I do this. So, for example, because of the avoid a 2x2 rule, if I go ahead and just declare this shaded, then this must be unshaded, which I'm going to make light gray. And this must be unshaded, which I'm going to make light gray. Now we're going to have to think about the border, aren't we? There's several other places where, like, these definitely have opposite shading. These definitely have opposite shading. Let's see. So the thing about the border that is probably relevant is... oh, yes, okay. J40 has a very relevant point. The thing about the border that is relevant is in a Yin Yang puzzle, there's always one contiguous group of shaded and one contiguous group of unshaded around the border. You can't divide them without accidentally also separating the shaded and unshaded. Okay, so J40's much smarter point is these are black. The reason why they're black is because the total of this is consecutive with the total of this. And remember that shaded cages sum to an odd value, and unshaded cages sum to an even value. Now, I'll note, the cogito here has done something which I usually don't, which is to specify which is shaded and which is unshaded. So it's possible my shading is exactly backwards, but I'm not going to fix it at the moment. I'll fix it if it becomes relevant. But so by avoid a 2x2, these both become unshaded. Like that. I wonder if I actually should use white. Would white be sexy or horrible? You know, I think I kind of think that's sexy. So we're going to try that. So we've got all of that happening. So now this has a white dot with a white thing, so it's a black thing. Let's see. This needs to be white because it would create a 2x2 if it was black. So that's white. So we've got that. Well, funnily enough, I know this cell is white, but marking that doesn't really do me a lot. Well, I've now marked that this cell is white. It will become very helpful later in life. Do I have any black dots separating things of different colors yet? That would be interesting, but I do not yet. I do not believe. Let's see. So these two are different colors. The natural thing, of course, would be for this to be white, but of course what we're looking for is a time when the unnatural thing is the thing that happens. Let's see. Oh, white is definitely even, by the way, because of this black dot. Because if I have a black dot between two things, of course, one of them is even. And so at least one of white and white is even, and therefore white is even, is the point. This is black by white dot, points out 57 thorns. And so now this is white by the fact that it touches that. Let's see. Likewise, I know this cell is black. No, I don't. What am I talking about? Ignore me. Let's see, if this is black, it would make that white, but that seems fine to me. If these are white, that's certainly black. But I don't see anything to do with that either. I kind of hate how much I like the white, because I've been complaining forever that this white cell being here is super annoying because I want the white cell to be clear the color. I guess I just want a clear the color button and a make me a sexy ivory white color. I want them just to be separate buttons. I really appreciate, by the way, how much work has been going into Sudoku Pad lately. If you have not been paying attention to the state of the art in the of the import puzzles from Penpa into Sudoku Pad is amazing. And if you ever find something that doesn't work, that if you send it to them, usually they will fix it. At least that is what has been happening. It really is impressive, Cogito, especially the turnaround on some of the things of like, oh, that's hideously broken. Well, it works now, is quite something. Yes, Marctic Fan is a beast. That is an accurate statement. Yeah, I could customize a color to be white. So even if this button becomes the thing I want, then I can just make those there. Yeah, that. Yeah, you have to clear colors by hitting delete. That's the only thing you can do. It's funny, Woofer, I love Penpa for setting. Like, as much as I don't like Penpa for solving, Penpa for setting is what I do for almost every puzzle I set. Only if something is, like, ridiculously standard do I consider setting it in not Penpa. Because then I have access to the, like, various sorts of solver tools or whatever. Although I've now, speaking of Woofer, I've now been leaning towards if I am setting something standard, now I actually drift towards doing it in Sudoku Studio, which is Woofer's baby, and the baby of some other people whose names I do not know. Let's see. But if you've always been intimidated by installing the fancy Sudoku tools because they require you to install Tamper Monkey and let scary things happen to your computer in the background, Sudoku Studio will let you do these things without doing any of that. And it even has the green candidates button, which is really the only button that any setter ever wants. It doesn't yet have the show me all the places that I could put a random little killer clue, 2-cell thermo, or black dot, or even square to make the puzzle resolve uniquely. I would like that. I would like the find a hacky way to resolve this puzzle button. Ranks always refuse to put it in F puzzles, but I feel like Sudoku Studio might do it. This is all my way of saying I have no idea what to do next in the puzzle. I keep sort of looking at white and black and these sorts of things. Okay, so Carl wants to know if these can all be part of one region. Oh, wait, no, it's these three. These three is the ones that Carl is saying. If these are all part of one region, then it would make this another region. Why is that bad? Where does row 2, column 2 go next? Gorgeous, gorgeous. Okay, wow, that is some galaxy brain stuff there, Carl, but it is very true. So Carl's point is if this cell doesn't connect to this cell, then it goes down like that. And so now this cell just becomes red. And now this cell has a sum that's consecutive with red and a cell that's consecutive with ghost. And so now this cell needs to be in a 3-cell region, but it can't go next to red and it can't go next to ghost, so it's just unfortunate. And so these two cells, in fact, are connected. Oops. No! Those two, in fact, are connected. I realize that I am in center mode, so I can't do that they are connected the way that I wanted to, but we'll know in a second anyway. So, in fact, what happens is this happens. Because there needs to be a line between those. There we go. Oh, I should put the border around here in case Ambrose is paying attention. So this comes out, whatever it is. So let's make it green. The important choices. As Jim points out, this can't be black because it would make a 2x2. So this is in fact white. I feel like Ambrose is the one. I feel like Ambrose, am I wrong? I feel like you're the one who most often points out when I miss shading something around the border, particularly when it's in Penpa and you can barely tell. But the like black thicker border that I use happens. Oh, there's a border missing over here. Now it sort of stands out more because I use this heinous green color for my borders, which I had very serious regrets about that are not getting any better as the puzzle goes on. See, I know this cell is white still. Ambrose says they don't feel like they do, but they'll take the fall for it anyway. Yes, green can't go left. That's correct. Because if green went left, there'd be a thing with blue. So there's a border here, which means that now there's some new thing over here, some newfangled orange region, doing orange region stuff. Let us see. Oh, excellent. Thank you. David Ratner has donated $26 for the 26 people who solved the collab between Tallcat and I. Thank you so much, David. We'll get you a donation dance. Woo! Waha! Wee! Whoa! Thank you so much. Thank you so much, David. And thank you, MicroStudy, for contributing to the fund by solving the puzzle, and to everyone else who solved the puzzle. Much appreciated. That is a great spot to Garion. If green takes this cell, orange takes this cell, and now this cell lives a life of solitude, and every member of this grid is supposed to be part of a thruple. So that can't happen. So green can't go down there. Green has to go there. That was a very good spot, Garion. Very cute setting, too. So we've got that. This is now black because of that. This is now white because of that. And now we have to avoid a checkerboard. So this is the other Yin Yang rule. You can't ever have a Battenberg or a checkerboard. So if I make this cell white, the puzzle is broken. And the reason for that is because I have to connect white to white. And whichever way I do that, I'm going to separate black from black. So this cell is in fact black. So in particular, it's not that cell. So this cell is purple. And remember, we whited this cell earlier. So because we whited the cell earlier, it came pre-whited for us. Whatever this is, we can go ahead and make it say red. We know that it is red-black. Now this can't be red because it would create a 2x2. So red, in fact, finishes there. Red-black. And we can go ahead and whiten this cell for later. It will be super useful, I promise. Let's see. This is a very cool puzzle, Kajito. Yeah, this cell is whited as well. I think I should white it. I could also give it a new color. There's an idea. So I could give this the color of bluity so that its whiteness will show up. And I could give this the color of bluity so that its whiteness will show up. Let's see. Is that because this was torture, Kajito, in some fashion? It's funny, yesterday I just watched Brandon Sanderson making a tier list, not of how much he liked each of his books, but out of how much pain or not there was in creating each of his books. So, like, the top tier was like, this was super fun and smooth, and then the bottom tier was, oh god, this was torture. And I was definitely thinking as I watched it that that this would very much apply to my own personal setting. I could definitely make a ranking of how fun/smooth the setting process was versus how torturous it was, with some puzzles going in different places. I know which puzzle I set was the most torture. Anyway, let's see. Jay has a point that that if I connect an odd cage to a series, right. So if I connect an odd cage here, then this is going to make a bunch of evens. Can't the evens repeat, though, per to J? Can't I have, like, say, a 16 and then an 8 and then a 16 again or something like that? And yeah, the Kajito saying the triples Yin Yang was excruciating. And I believe that. So when I commented about the being afraid there was going to be some advanced combinatorial break-in that was going to involve this divisibility by 3 property in the Yin Yang and the border and all of that stuff, I was sort of afraid that there was going to be something like that, and it sounds like you had the worst version of this, where you kept running into the weird global requirement, but not quite knowing exactly what it was. Which is exactly what happened to me with Baby Dragon. Kajito says, yes, 0 patterns were found. Let's see. So I can almost do things like do like parity stuff on boxes like this one, where I know like what those 3 sum to an even number, for example. But I don't know what knowing that those 3 sum to an even number tells me. I guess what it tells me is that these 2 cells have either the same or different parities depending on the cases, something like that. It doesn't sound maximally useful, but Jaleb said a very fascinating string of things that I don't think actually makes a coherent thought, but then followed it up with mobile sucks. So I suspect that there's probably a word that got auto-corrected in there in a way that was not helpful. Let's see. Danita asks, is the one under the blue-white in 4 going to have to be blue? So if blue goes over here like this, does that create a problem? It would make this cell for sure be black. It would make orange go down like that. It would make orange black for sure. White and black are odd and even, yes. The total sum of the cage, and shaded sum to an odd value, and it actually by coincidence worked out the way that it was supposed to. Okay, so let's see. Ambrose says, yeah, that gets trapped. Woofer says, I didn't know you could get this far in the coloring without doing the break-in. Wonderful, wonderful. Because white dots give more blacks. Okay, so if this doesn't go down, then blue comes over here. These all become black. That's black. Ah, and so then, well, it would make the whole border almost white. But is there a problem with all? It would make all of these cells white. Is that a problem? No, it just traps that triangle. Oh, wow. Okay. So, sorry, I now understand what's going on. So if this goes here, then definitionally that cell is black and that cell is black. And now orange, we've said, has to be black, and so that cell's black, and so now the white has become isolated. There we go. Very well spotted. Okay, so this cell is blue-white. Okay, excellent spot to Danita. It took me a long time to unpack, but I'm there. Now. And so now that makes this cell definitively black, this cell definitively white, this cell definitively black. So we suddenly have some black on the border. So this cell, whatever it is, it can't go up because it would impinge upon blue's ability to do that. I did definitely just shade a white cell white. I would do it again. So now blue also can't go here, because if blue went here, there would again be a white dot. So I can finish blue, in fact. Blue, white. And so now... yeah, now if orange comes here, this red is isolated, so the orange has to go there. And so now orange is white. And we can border it. And now we can finish red. We can remember to blacken this cell. The hard thing to remember is whether I've shaded this cell white already or not. White must go down. So this cell you're saying is also white. I can probably give it a color just to make it a little bit easier. So now, because this has to go down, this now has to be black. Oh, of course. Oh, it has to be black, but it's not red. So this can be black-orange. And so black-orange is going to come here. And so this is going to be white. Yes, I look forward to finding the break-in after after the puzzle has been completed. I mean, granted, I think I've done it with a Jesper puzzle more than once on stream, so it might not be the last time. Black-orange gets out, right? Black-orange can only go here, correct? So that gives me some border. And these two have a border between them, because they can't both have the thingy. So this is white, but I think I've already whited it. It adds some difficulty to the puzzle, I will admit, to not know whether you've actually colored things or not. But that is just that just goes to show you the deviousness of the Cogito's setting. Let's see. Because definitely this is 100% the Cogito's fault, and that is the thing. So Ace of Spades says the square can't be white. Oh, because I have to avoid a 2x2 on whites. Great, great, Ace of Spades. Oops. You have been picking up on these non-sudoku things very quickly. Okay, so we've got sort of, we can finish our white over here. As Jay Dyer says, bypassing the intended logic makes it harder, so that means that using break-ins is cheating. I'd buy that. I think that's a fair assessment. Let's see. I probably am supposed to think about whether this is black or white. That might be the break-in. Yellow at the bottom needs to be black. So what happens if yellow is white instead? Then this cell's black, so then yellow looks exactly like that. We get white all the way around the rest of the border, so that cell becomes black. I'm trying to find the point where I find a problem, per Isaac in chat. And the black is isolated. Right. If this cell is white, so that's the point. Yeah, that's the nice way to do it. This chunk of black needs to get out, so therefore yellow is black. Got it. That's the way to see it. It's a little hard to see the black-white connectedness with this. But there are other things to love about this coloring, so I will accept it like my own child. We've got... I mean, I feel like probably I should think about these black dot numbers and something about the number 28, but but admittedly the coloring is more fun than I think that's going to be. Let's see. Trying to decide if I know something about what this is going to do. I don't think so. I think I might finally at some point have to think about this this ratio of 2-to-1 business. Oh no, Garion's going to get me out of it. Thank God. Row 5, column 6, and row 5, columns. Sorry, and row 6, column 7. Are white cages, since there's not a valid combination of odd cage and 2 different even cages. Why couldn't these be the same odd cage? I think I'm missing something here. So I think the thing people want to think about is that if this is odd, so I think chat's point is if this is odd, it's at least 7, which would make this at least 14, which would make these at least 28. But then why couldn't this be 14 again? That's the thing I don't understand, that chat is seeing that I am not. Because it seems to me like it can just go backwards again once it gets to 28. Oh, you can't make 28. That's a good point. 28 is too many to make in 3 digits. Okay, this was a lot simpler than I thought it was going to be. Yes, okay, agree. The most you can make 3 cells sum to is 24. So I was thinking like, oh, there's going to be some really complicated thing with the fact that this is going to have to go to 14 and then go back to 28 or whatever, but it's not at all complicated. It's that if this is odd, it's at least 7, so therefore this is even, so it's at least 14. And therefore this is not 14 and it's not 7, so it's at least 28, but 28 is too big because 9, 8, 7 is only 24. So therefore these are both white. That is chat's point. So those are both white. And so this is black to avoid a 2x2 on whites, because remember, these cells are currently white. So now this cell has to be blue because it needs to escape, because it can't escape through the black, so it escapes through that instead. This cell needs to be something, and it needs to escape, so that cell's also white. This cell now is the last cell that can be blue, so it's also white. There we go. We have to make sure the 2 blue cages don't touch, so we have to put something else here. So we can put some greens in there. This black is not the same as orange. So this black, it can be red-black, with the black coming down here, and now the orange-white can come down here. And now this black over here needs to escape, so that's going to get us the coloring of the rest of the border. Because this black is currently surrounded, so that's blue-black, and now it's going to have to escape into green-black down here. And now, because of the border connectedness business, this is all black. Hey, Anti-Knight. Hope you are doing well. This is definitely a very colorful puzzle. We're trying to solve it without finding the break-in, apparently. I didn't think that's what we were trying to do, but that's apparently what we're going to do. So look forward to that. So let's see. I'm trying to check my connectedness of my whites and my blacks. Yeah, this black needs to escape. So this black needs to escape. So this needs to be black by Yin Yangitude. Jay Dyer is saying the same thing. I think Jay Dyer's proof is actually slightly different, but same conclusion, that these are definitely black. At least we both agree about whether it's supposed to be black or not. It always unsettles me when I have opposite arguments for the same thing, but they're different colors. Let's see. Is that black? It looks gray. I don't know. I could make it true black by using Niverio's secret that they put in as a little hack that I spied on Niverio, like changing these colors. So I think I know how to do it now. But the two blacks need to connect somewhere. That's certainly true because we've got two black chunks. So is the point that if this cell is white, it's going to create a problem? Let's try that. If this cell is white, then all of these have become white. No, I think that's okay. And then the blacks connect around here. I mean, the nice thing is that I think once we get the coloring done, I think we're going to be able to get rid of the coloring. Or not the color, not all the coloring, but we'll be able to reduce it to black and to white. If row 7, column 3 is not green, you make a 2x2 of black. Ah, right. Because if this is not green, okay, that's beautiful. If this is not green, then it would have to get out like that, because it can't be yellow, and so that would create a 2x2. So, right, so this is green. Very good. That was very clean. Let's see. I still feel like the world where this is white is sus. Because currently all the white is connected, but then that would make all of this stuff white. But then I think we could just connect some blacks around. It would force that to be yellow, this some other trio of black. I think it works, actually, annoyingly. Yeah, I think it exactly works, but it's possible I'm just visualizing it terribly because of my poor life choices that have gone into this puzzle. But let's see. Maybe I can make that same argument somewhere else and have it go better. Like maybe if this cell is white, is that a problem? If this cell is white, then the white... I think that doesn't work. If this cell is white, where does it go? And it goes down... And now, where does it finish? It can't finish on the tree, because now that cell is red, and so that has become white. And, oh no, this can be black and be yellow. Darn it. Darn it! That works too. Terrible. Let's see. There's probably like a use the fact that the sum is 45 business, thing that is just obviously staring me in the face with three triominoes that are all consecutive and add to 45 or something. Let's see. J40 says row 8, column 4 can't be black. Right. If this is black, this cell has to be white, and it definitely can't be. That is very good. So this cell is definitely white. And I'm going to make it part of a white-purple region. So therefore, this is part of a white-purple region. That is very well spotted to J40 there. So these are white. So that's big. Now this white has to connect. And it's either going to connect, funnily enough, in any of these places. Regardless of how it works. So we're almost done our coloring. Let's see, Jaleb has a good point, I am told. I'm trying to scroll to find Jaleb's point. Was it not Jaleb? Row 6, column 6 needs to escape. That was Jaleb's point. This cell, yeah, this cell needs to go And it needs to connect. It's going to unfortunately connect either down there or down there. Does one of those isolate something in some... it was the same point. Okay. Carl is fearing it might be time to think about numbers. That's a scary thought. But maybe we should find the break-in now. So yeah, so J40 says the thing to look at is the fact that these are three different sums. And the way we know they're different sums is, well, these two are definitely different. But if these were... but if this was the same as this... You'd think I would have seen this sooner, given it's almost identical to the break-in and MIA. But well, you know, we live and learn. So this thing would have a white dot if it was the same as this. So actually, one of these two cages is 4 times the other. And so the smallest even I can get is 6, and the largest even I can get is 24. And so one of these is 6, and one of them is 24. So these are a 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9 sextuple. And so, for example, this cell, which sees all of those, is a 4, 5, 6. And indeed, this cage sums to 12. And so we've got that. Now, I'm trying to see here... yeah, so this touches one of those. So this either sums to 5, which it doesn't, or to 7, or to the other one. Would this being 1, 2, 4 break horribly? Yes, this being 1, 2, 4 would break terribly, because this needs to sum to 12. So this is what Jay was hinting at. If this is 1, 2, 3, now this has to be 1, 2, 4, but now I have to make this add to 12 without using a 1, 2, or a 4. Oh, wait, no, that does work. Sorry, I was wrong. No, that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, so this would be a minimum of 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it does break, but not as cleanly as I thought, because 5, 6, 7 is too much. It's 18. Briefly, I was thinking about 4-cell sums to 12, which is something that I know enough about. But here I actually have to mentally fill in that this would be a 1, 2, 3, 4 triple in order to realize that this is broken. So the thing I filled in is exactly the thing I argued is not correct. So it's that. And so this is the other way. This is 1, 2, 3. Oh, Jay says 3, 5, 6, in fact, is more than 12. That is also possible. I wouldn't know. So this needs to sum to 23, so it's 6, 8, 9. And so therefore this is a 7, and we get to do our first digit dance of the day, because Zach did not get to dance for the monorail puzzle. Sorry, Zach. But Zach can dance for the 7 and go the... Woo! Yes, Zach is more tan because he's been able to spend a lot of time outside in the snow lately. So he's been working on his tan. He's happy that you noticed. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. I remember at one point I was streaming and I forgot to thank Zach, and immediately all of chat told me I forgot to thank Zach. So I'm now very careful to make sure that Zach gets his proper appreciation every time. The Kajito says they're glad that someone in chat spent coloring time thinking about numbers. I mean, the coloring was very fun. Was I not intended to have this much coloring when I figured out this thing about the numbers? Okay, so this cage either sums to 22 or 24, and it can't sum to 22. Sorry, it can't sum to 24. Jim Baker donates $7 for the hard-earned 7 dance. Thank you very much, Jim. We'll get you a donation dance. Woohoo! Waha! Thank you so much, Jim. Thank you. Much appreciated. So this can't be 24 because it would need to be 7, 8, 9, and that would be too many 7, 8, 9s in one box. So in fact, this sums to 22. But it can't be the kind of 22 cage that has 2, 8, 9s in it. So it's the kind of 22 cage that has a 9 in it here, and then an 8 and a 9 over here. And then these two need to sum to 22 minus 9, which is something, which is 13. So 6, 7. There we go. That's not a 6. That's not an 8. Yes, Josh, I get to put a 7 and a 9 on a black dot in this lovely Art Deco grid. This is very this is peak Zeta happening right now. So this needs to sum to 23 or 21. But it can't sum to 23 because that would need a 9. So this needs to sum to 21 exactly, but it's 21 without a 9, which is exactly 876. So this is 876. So let me enter the other thing. So the only place for the 7 is there, and then these are a 6-8 pair. So this is not a 2 or a 4. These are a 6-8 pair. So we've got that. We're sort of continuing to chase around our chain here. Chat would like me to resolve this thing. This cell can't be 1, 2, 3, 6, 8, or 9. Or 7. So this can only be a 4 or a 5. In other words. This can't be a 6 either. Because there's a 6 in the box. So these are in fact a 4-5 pair. Just by sudoku and by nothing else. But a 4-5 pair adds to 9, so therefore this is a 3. So we've learned that 7 is 2 times 3 in the Cogito's mind. So that's a 3. We get that all worked out. Now, these need to sum to either 3 or 12. But I can't make 3 and 3 without a 3. So they have to sum to 12. So if these are going to sum to 12... I don't think I know what that's going to be, but then these have to be either 6 or 24, but they're surely not 6. What could have been 11? I think this has to be 24 again, just because this has to be 12 and this can't be 6, so I think it's 24. So that, I think, is a 7, 8, 9. That is an 8, 9. 3 cells can't sum to 3 without a 3, microstudy. That's the problem. Because there was a 3 in the box. Okay, so this is 12, and so this is either 6 or 24, but it's certainly not 24. So this is 1, 2, 3. It's the 6 one. It can't be 1, 1, 1 because digits don't repeat in cages. Right, that's right. We have to be very careful with our deductioning. Okay, and then this is either 11 or 13. Sure is. The blue cage, though, Garian points out, is touching a 12 cage. So this is either 6 or 24, but it can't be 24 because there's a 9 in the box, so it's 6. And so this is 1, 2, 3. Like that. That cell is not a 2. There's a 9 over down here hanging out, just Sudoku logically. I like to occasionally throw a Sudoku bone around here. Just the tiniest ones, though. We don't want the Sudoku getting too ahead of itself. So this column, we know almost all the digits, so we can just mark it. So this can't be 1, 2, 3. That's not 1. Can't be 6, 8, 9 either. This can't be 6, 8, 9 either. So it's a 4, 5 pair. Hey, SPQ. How are you doing? I hope you are having a pleasant day. We have, by the way, been lining up. I know us having guests on Sundays has been popular. We've been trying to line up a series of additional guests. So you can look forward to more guests coming around on Sundays in the future. So the cute thing is I can't put the second 4-5 in this box in this cage because it would require a 3. So where's the second 4-5 in this box? It's always here. That's Garion's point. And Todd's point as well. There's definitely a 1 or a 2 in here because I need to put a second 1-2 in the box. And so if it were only a 2, would that be a problem? 2, 4, 6 would work, I think. Oh, there's a 2 in the row already. That'll help a lot. There's a 2 in the row already, so I shouldn't contemplate too hard what the case where there's a 2 in this box looks like. It is more of a question for the philosophers, we shall say. So one of these is a 1. And so 1, 4 would require a 7. So in fact, it's a 1, 5 with a 6. So these are 1, 6. That is a 4. That's an 8 and a 6 and a 9 and a 7 and a 6 and a 6 and an 8 and a 9 and a 4. Very nice. This again needs to sum to 11 or something else. If it sums to 11, I need these two to sum to 7. They would have to be 2, 5, but that's feasible. Otherwise, it's summing to 13, in which case I would need these two to sum to 9. In which case they couldn't be 1, 8, they couldn't be 2, 7, they couldn't be 3, 6, and they couldn't be 4, 5. So that's not it. So these are 2, 5, is the upshot of all of that. So that's a 1 and a 2, and a 6 and a 1, and a 3 and a 1. I was hoping that was what would happen. And indeed it did. We got lucky. Oh, I know what this cage is. I can just ask Mark. So, in fact, this is just a 9. It's just a naked 9. And this is a naked 6. Quick check to make sure that this doesn't sum to something, something with that. So... 13, 19. This came out very well, but I can see why you might not want to make a repeat, given how easy it is. This is a thing I find myself as I thinking more and more about rule sets, is how likely is it with this rule set I get the puzzle 90% done and then find out I can't finish the grid? Because that's like one of the most annoying parts of setting. And I can see how with this puzzle there's about 85 ways that you could get to the end of the puzzle and have it not solve, and then being sad about life. So this sums to 19, but 19 doesn't any of these. It's interesting that there'll never be dots of any sort between black cages. I had not really appreciated that until now. That might be the break-in that we're looking for. You can never put a dot between two black cages, because if you put a dot between two black cages, you're saying they're either consecutive, which is nonsense, or one is twice the other, which is equally nonsense. So we've got that going for us. We can maybe mark it up some more. Maybe mark all of these, and that'll maybe help. Okay. Oh, maybe mark these is a good idea. Yeah, that might have helped some. Maybe it did not. Follow the 4s, it says Admiral Malcor. Starting in box 5. There's some 4s up here. Good. Okay, so this did help. Those are the only spots in the universe for 4s in box 5. So therefore, none of those are 4. And so therefore, one of these things is... No, that's not how that works, sorry. But now the 4 in this box I know is in this row. And the fact that the 4 is in this box and in this row tells me that that's a 5 and that's a 4. Which yoinks all of those out of existence. One of these things down here is a 4, which it certainly is. We can mark up these cells. I know this one's not a 4 for reasons. Let's see. Now 5 looks down column 2. Right. So now one of these two is the 5 for this box, which means that is in fact a 4. These are a 7-8 pair, and that's the 5. Never mind that I filled a different digit into it than I said out loud. We don't talk about it. So not 4, so that's now a 1, 2, 5 triple. So none of these are 1, 2, 5, but seems accurate. That 7-8 pair looks down at this 2. This 2 looks up at this this thing. That's not a 2. So this is a 1, 3, 5 triple now. So this is a 4 and a 2. Ambrose suggesting I think about parity on this cage. Oh, but it's always going to work now. Thinking about parity on this cage would have been useful to make life easier for myself if I had thought about it sooner. But sadly, I thought about it, alas, too late. 7 and 9 are in here, so none of these cells can be 7 or 9, but that's sad. Oh, what about this? What about this cage? So this is even, so these two need to sum to an odd number, but that one's always odd, so this one needs to be even, is Ambrose's point. Very smart. So that 4 looks over, sorry, that 8 looks over, making this a 4. So this is not a 4 or 8. This is not a 4 or 8. This is not a 4 anymore. So 4 is in one of these two spots. What about this and this? What can they be? Oh, but they can't be 1, 3, or 5 was the point. So these are, in fact, a nice pair. So we can mark all of these. These are 3, 5, or 7. These are 1, 4, 8. That one's only 1 or 8. Let's see. Okay, so these are a triple. Maybe I should fill in that triple. Okay, so this digit's odd, so I need one of these to be odd and one of them to be even, but I don't think that's useful. Red, white needs 1 even and 2 odds. That's true. So this is sorry, this is someone's point. I read it. This is Kurban's point. These are both odd for sure. If I want to make sure this is even, this has to be even. So this isn't 1 or 5. It is 2 or 6. And so now I know what the parities of these two are, because one of them is odd and one of them is even, but I need this whole thing to be even. So therefore, this cell needs to be odd. And could you hear the point where my voice went from excited to sad when I realized that we already had only marked this with odd digits, and so knowing it was odd was useless? Because there was definitely an arc of emotion there, we'll say. These two sum to an odd total, is being pointed out by Simon. And so, therefore, this is an even in order to make that work, because this needs to be odd overall. Let's see. If this was red, this would have to be a 1 exactly. But I don't see anything wrong with that. Row 7, column 4 by parity. That's not row 7, column 4. That's row 7, column 4. Ah, yes. Odd plus even is odd, and so therefore this needs to be even. There we go. Oops, and then I put the 9 in the wrong place. So no 6 goes there. Let's see. Row 3, column 1 by parity. Do I know whether these are two odds or an odd and an even? Maybe I should think of... No, not quite. I almost can. I'm trying to think about maths of some of these and what the numbers might be to make this work. Pink white, right? This cell can't be pink white anymore. Because if this cell were pink white, the sum of pink white would be odd, which is not allowed. So pink white either takes that cell or that cell. We don't know which yet. But now we know what color does take this cell. It's red black. So we get that filled in. Okay, and so these two are odd, and that one's not a 5. Because I can't repeat the 5 in the cage. These two are odd, so I need this to be odd as well. So this is exactly the case that I actually outlined before, where we would get some information out of it if we were so lucky as to have that happen. 8 and 7. This is not an 8. Let's see. Yeah, we've got a 4 over there somewhere. Sadly, I think I have to fill in the bet tree. So close your eyes. I'll only fill it in my head. Okay, so I know what the bet tree is, and knowing what the bet tree is tells me that this can be taken. So crap. Knowing what the bet tree is actually doesn't help at all. Spin is not the button I meant to push. These are from 1, 3, 5, 7. Okay, so these are both odd. And so this can't be yellow is the point. Because if this were yellow, then my yellow-black cage would sum to the wrong parity. Oops, this is not orange, this is yellow. And in particular, this digit is definitely even. No, this digit's definitely odd. And it's not 1, 7, or 9, apparently. That gives me a 3-5 pair in the row. It also does make the betting tree purple-white. This cage needs a color. It can be orange. Or black-orange, if you prefer. So that 3-5 pair looks over and makes that a 2 and a 5. I did see the pair looking over, but then I wanted to finish the coloring. I think the coloring and bordering is now all done. There, if anyone sees a border or a color that is missing, let me know. No 5s there. Let's see. Okay, so these are a 1, 3, 5, 7 quad, so these can't be 1, 3, 5, or 7. So this is only 6 or 8. For whatever that is worth. So I guess maybe I should actually think about the math dots, but whatever. 6, 8 in row 8. You're right. This is a 6 or an 8. So we've got that. We can do parity logic in box 1. Okay, so box 1 sums to an odd total. So therefore these cells sum to an even total because I've added an odd to it. It's still even if I remove these white things. And now it's odd because I took away an odd. And so therefore this needs to be odd, which means it's not 4 or 8. Which means it's a 3-5 pair in the row again, which makes that an 8. Which makes that a 6 and a 3 and an 8 and a 6 and an 8. These aren't 6. That's not 3. That's not 8, because you can't repeat 8 within a cage. So we've got all of that. That was a very good spot. I was looking for that kind of thing for forever, and then I gave up, and then it was useful. Okay, so this total is 17 or 19. So this total needs to be 16, 18, or 20. If this is a 1... Oh, if this is a 1, we actually can do 16. Never mind. That's not going to be as good as I had hoped it would be. Tragic. Oh, I should be able to do this cell by parity. Because this needs to sum to an even total, so that needs to be odd. So it's a 9. Okay, so now this cage, we actually know the total. It's actually 18, which is completely useless because it works with this either way. And so this needs to sum to 17 or 19 again. If this summed to... if this is a 1, the sum is not anywhere near 17. If this is a 3, we're still not getting there. So I think this can only be a 5 or a 7. And I think 5, 4, 9 would get me to 17, etc. This cage needs an even digit, points out Todd. And the only even digit available is 2. So one of those 2 is a 2, and so therefore that's not 2. So at some point that became not 9 anymore. We won't dwell on it. Yes, there's a 3-5 pair in this row. We won't dwell on that either. We'll just fill in that 4 and that 2 and that 4. Okay, so now these sum to 12, and I need to get them to sum to 17 or 19, right? And so they sum to 17 or 19 regardless of what this is. Cool. Why do you wound me so? Okay, so this sums to, again, 17 or 18, so I need this to sum... Yeah, so is 5 too big here? This would make the sum to 20. No, that is fine. Let's see. 2 looks up. Column 3. Aha, yes. That is a 6. Remember when I said once we finished the coloring, we could get rid of all the extra colors? That may not have proven honest. Let's see. These need... Well, I mean, there's definitely a 2 in these cells. Is that useful? So it's got to be a 2 and 2 odd numbers. But again, I've just proven for the 18th time that this cell is odd. Somehow every conclusion I get excited about ends up proving that this cell is odd. I don't know exactly how that was carefully constructed to happen, but it has been very carefully arranged. So let's see. And I have to keep in mind the negative constraint. So it's possible that I need to be looking at things like making sure that this doesn't end up summing to something that's consecutive with something like that. Although it sure doesn't look likely to at this particular moment in time. But maybe there's somewhere else where it would be a problem. Okay, so let's see. Garion says, if this was a 1... it would make the cage... if this was a 1, it would make the cage a 12. Yeah, so it would make the cage a 12 because of the no repeats. But then this cage somewhere... This cage is a 24, so there'd need to be a black dot. So this digit can't be a 1, is the point. Because there would need to be a black dot between these two. So yeah, I think that's the main thing we're looking for at the moment, is things of that ilk. So let's see. Are there any others of those that are sort of leaping out? Like, what about these? Those look kind of close together. Is there any chance they end up close together? Not quite close enough, I'm afraid. Jim has a good point. Upper left green blacks can't sum to 19, or the upper left blue white can't be consecutive. So if this is a 7, these now sum to 19, and whereas this cage sums to a maximum of 5 plus 9 plus 2, I think, which is 16. And so if this is a 7, it's too big. So this is a 1. That's a very good spot. So that's a 3 and a 5 and a 1 and a 3. These aren't 1. This isn't 1 or 3. That's not a 3. Okay, so now this sum, in fact, is 13. Those two sum to 7. So this is either going to sum to 14, which it is, or 16, which is too big. So this is a 7. That's a 9. And that's a 7. That's a 5, a 7, a 3, a 1, a 3, and a 5. And a 5, and a 2, and a 1, and a 9, and a 2, and a 5. Wow, that did a lot. Good spot, Jim. And our bet tree, which we have totally not yet calculated, I can calculate by filling in all the candidates, and then one by one eliminating them starting at the top, and then switching to from the bottom, and find, in a surprise, that the bet tree is a 4. So congratulations to all the 4 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. That was a very cool puzzle. I'm glad to everyone who nudged me to do this. Sorry it took so long, because we've been doing sort of special occasion puzzles for a while. That kind of, once you said it, Cogito, that sort of nightmare was kind of in my mind, to worry that now, oh no, there's accidentally a cage that that sums to the wrong parity, and now there's a nightmare. The first puzzle I set that ended up on cracking the cryptic involved killer cages that did not have consecutive digits touching within the killer cages. And I finished the puzzle, and the last 2 digits in the grid were an 8 next to a 9 in a killer cage, and I was very sad. All right. I am going to take a quick break, and I will be back shortly with another puzzle. So I will go digging in the bucket and pick out what's probably one of the many 10s, but if there's an 11, I'll find it. So vote now if you have not, and I will see you all shortly. Be right back. Welcome back, everyone. So our next voted for puzzle is one of Niverio's Liar Japanese Sum puzzles. So this is a long series. So this is the one that chat voted for. How much of a pain am I going to be in for Niverio if I do number 3 before number 1? Am I going to suffer greatly if I do the one that doesn't have Renban before I do the one that does have Renban, or will it be okay? I will trust Niverio. Okay, Niverio thinks this is fine. So this puzzle, number 1 had 9 votes. This one had 10 votes. So I had to go with the one with 10 votes, right? You gotta be honest. So this was voted for by Woofer, Niverio, Nordy, Ken, Doomdiat, Luda, Ambrose, Josh, Russ, and David. Thank you all for your support. If you did not know, you can, if you support at the windmill level or higher, you can get access to the list of all the puzzles that might someday appear on the stream. And whichever one gets voted for, I do at the start of each stream, or for the next couple streams, I'm just doing those. I think number 2 I was told not to stream, if I recall correctly. So we need to place the digits 1 through 9 in every row and column without repeats. And then we have these sort of liar Japanese sums puzzle things, which is sort of the main thing. We need to shade some cells in the grid such that the clues outside indicate the sums of the contiguous blocks of unshaded cells in that row or column. For example, if I did something like these are shaded, then this could say, okay, the first one has a sum of 5, and then there's some 1-digit sum, and then some other 1-digit sum, and then these are the unshaded things that sort of form that break these. So this is nonograms type, except the thing that makes it a sum is that instead of getting the lengths of the nonograms, you get the sums of the nonograms. Okay. And now it seems like all clues refer to shaded. So in a lot of these, a thing I'm not especially fond of that happens a lot is that people will say one of these refers to shaded and one of them refers to unshaded, and you have to determine which or whatever. I tend to find that annoying, but it seems here everything is about shaded. There's no weird distinction between those. Okay. Now, 2 different sets are provided in each case. And always one set is correct with correct sums in the correct order, and the other is a lie. Which set is correct must be determined by the solver. In these sets, some clues are given as question mark. Question marks are single digit. Double question mark are 2-digit. And the leading one can't be 0. Thank you, Niverio. Allowing leading digit zeros is a pain. I know I did it once in one of my puzzles, and for that I am deeply sorry to all of you who were hurt by it. Next we have Renban, which are the good clues. Lines in the grid are, these things are Renban. And so the digits can be consecutive in any order. So you have to do something like, purple would not be a good choice. 5, 6, 8, 7, something like that. Something of that sort. And the blue line is just another Renban. It's just a different Renban. This blue is ugly as sin next to everything else that is going on in this grid. I admit every time I looked at this puzzle on LMD, all I could think about was how much I hated this blue. But let's have fun. We will enjoy everything except this color of blue. Let's see. Okay, so we need a bet tree. Does Niverio have a good bet tree? Does Niverio really like the blue? I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings by talking about the blue. I mean, I don't have anything against the line. It just it doesn't look the right color next to everything else. Now everyone is comforting the poor line. Row 4. No, the branching doesn't bother me. I'm totally okay with the branching. It's just the blue. Row 4, column 5. Or 5. Okay, so here is our bet tree. Take your bet. This thing. It is true you could have made this none branching by going doop doop doop, like that if you would have liked. Okay, so I'm very inclined to look at things like these 30s, because 30s are huge. I mean, I guess 30s are technically a minimum of 4 cells is not even actually enough to do really anything. Let's see, Martin says row 2, column 2, and row 2, column 8 are always shaded. Let's see, So the interesting thing here, I think, that Martin is seeing is that these two digits can't have an even sum. So this 12 sum or the 14 sum, I don't know which one, it can't be a 2-cell sum. I could make 14 or 12 in 2 digits, but they would have to both be the same parity, and these can't be. And the Renban aren't lies. So the question is, if this cell is unshaded, then I have to make this clue for 3 2-digit numbers in the rest of the row, and I can't, because a 2-digit number, this is a fun fact, requires at least two things. So therefore, this cell is always shaded. And I think for this puzzle, shaded will be yellow. I think the yellow might even out the blue. And so I don't think I can get the same conclusion over here. Wait, actually, the whole odd-even thing is a just complete MacGuffin. Maybe the odd-even thing will actually be useful, but it was not necessary for Martin's deduction at all. If this is unshaded, then I have to do that, and I still don't have enough room. So this is still always unshaded. Okay, let me try and see if I can use the red herring to actually accomplish something. So I think the thing I can accomplish is this cell must be shaded because of the thing that I noted. Because if this cell is unshaded, then I'd need these two to sum to 12 or 14, which isn't possible. So I have successfully gotten something out of the nonsense thing. Yeah, yellow is shaded, and this color of gray is unshaded. That's how we're going to do it, I think. Let's see. So there is our 12. And there's no, like, cave nonsense or anything going on, right? Oh, sums are unshaded. Okay, so yellow is unshaded, apparently. Wait, are the rows and columns separate for whether they count shaded or unshaded? No, they just all count unshaded. Okay, so yellow is unshaded, and the gray will be shaded. So now if this cell is shaded, now if this cell is yellow, we're just going to call it yellow and not yellow. If this cell is yellow, now this cell, let's say in the most optimistic case, is not yellow, and now I've got to make, again, too many 2-cell sums. So this cell is always not yellow. Because of that. That's very interesting with the clues in this column already, because if there's a 2-digit sum, of course, I can't do it in one cell. Okay. There's no shading genre rule. Okay, good. So now, interestingly, we now just have to do this, and we're going to know which is right. Because now the rest of the row is forced. Because I still need to fit 2 2-digit sums, and I'm going to do it like that. And that's going to tell me, for all the reasons here discussed, this clue is a lie, because there's no way that a 2-cell Renban sums to 12 unless the digits involved are 5.5, 6.5, which you should not put on your Renban. Please do not make me a Renban puzzle where there's a 5.5 and a 6.5. Okay, So these clues are correct. I think green for correct and black for incorrect is probably sensible. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to like long click on this or something. So that I can make this. Oh, it is 0, 0, 0. Oh, it's the transparency I want to change. I don't think I can change the transparency. I think we're stuck with it. So I was going to make that. I was going to like make it so that it was actually black, so that these all became disappearing. But that is not anymore a thing. Okay, so in one universe, there's 4 clues here, which would have to look exactly. Oh no, it would not have to look exactly like that. I suppose it's a good time for me to check that this is 9 by 9. It is 9 by 9. It would be a shame if it turned out that this was 8 by 8 and there were S cells everywhere that I had to consider. Okay, I'm trying to figure out if any of these things that I've discovered interact meaningfully with the clues that are apparent. I think black will probably suffice. Black X's are not a bad idea, though. I think black... if I decide that this isn't spicy enough, or I'm looking for something to do later because I'm bored, I'll put black X's on them. So consecutive means differing by 1, yes. Okay, so Ambrose thinks row 8, column 5 is maybe always yellow. I don't know quite how to see that yet. Let's see. 3 is a very interesting yellow digit to contemplate, or yellow sum of 2 digits to contemplate. So I really liked this idea, by the way, of the, oh, that thing is always a thing. So these two sum to 11. So actually, we can think about it. There aren't that many options for what they could be if they sum to 11. So they could certainly be 5, 6. Or they could be 4, 7. And so if they're 4, 7, then these are 5, 6. There's no, like, every Renban is completely shaded or unshaded or anything like that, I don't think, no. So if these are 4, 7, then these are 5, 6, which is probably going to be interesting at a much later date and time. Niverio says I'm wrong about my Renban. I think 3, 8 is too far apart to fit in a length 4 Renban. Okay, now Kyle agrees that this is always... Oh, it's because of the row, isn't it? It's because of the row. So if this was shaded... Sorry, if this was gray, let's just put it that way. If this is gray, now, based on either of these clues, I need a 3-cell sum on one of these sides, and whichever side has a 3-cell sum is going to break the 1-cell sum that also needs to go there. So this is not gray or white, it is yellow. Always. Oh, hey, AFK. Good to know. I now know AFK's name. I mean, I guess technically AFK did not say it was actually their name, just that they had to change their thing. So it is a mystery to all of us. Okay, in this version, there's 2 double-digit sums in the row. I guess that's possible. Row 9, column 7 is always shaded for the column. So yeah, so in the column, if this is the thing, then it has to go yellow, 2-digit sum, yellow, 2-digit sum. So if this is the correct thing, because of that gray, this looks exactly like this. I'm going to put that in red for a second. If this is the correct thing, then I need at least a 2-digit sum space, at least a 2-digit sum space, and a 1, and so those need to be shaded. And so it's forced either way, and so the upshot of all of this is the things that I marked both red and blue are always shaded, or always yellow, whatever. So we've got a whole bunch of yellow there, I believe. And actually, is there any unyellow? Yes, and this cell is always gray for the same reason, because in both universes it is gray. And so we are able to look at both universes. They're both completely forced, and that one is gray. And now these 2 digits, can they ever add to 10? Is my question. Because remember, if this is 4, 7, these are 5, 6 exactly, and 5 plus 6 is not 10. If these are 5, 6, then these can't add to 10 either, because these would need to be the same. These two are always the same parity. Sorry, no, these are always opposite parity. They always have an odd sum. And so because these two have an odd sum, that sum's definitely not 10. So this is the bogus one. This is the right one. So we have all of that. Okay, and so now because this is the right one, that's also gray. Hey, Kodak, hope you're doing well. This is also yellow, and this is gray. Sadly, as usual, the right one was the one that contains no information. What else would you expect? So we've got that going on. I'm looking to see if any of these have become very interesting in the rows. So in this, not quite. So yeah, one of these is yellow for sure. Oh, this cell always has to be yellow, is the point. This cell is always yellow, because this is the middle thing here is always at least a 3-cell sum. So that's always yellow. So we get that as our little gift here. What pathological thing happened to Niverio that he thought of this idea, by the way? This is such a delightfully pathological idea for a puzzle that I have to wonder exactly what happened to cause this to happen. I have a feeling if I were just using setter logic, I would guess that this is going to be yellow and that's going to be gray, and I'm going to need to use that a 3-cell Renban can't sum to 20, so it has to sum to 18, and so these have to be 5, 6, 7. That's my somewhat wild guess as to what is going to happen. Is this still possible in this column? Unfortunately, yes, only just. Unless that breaks something else. I have no ability to conceive of what a KNT puzzle that was way too complex would be like, Niverio. You can't make 14 in 2 cells without a 5 or a 6. So there's definitely a 5 or a 6 over here. If this is not... right. There's always... No. So this is a 14 sum. So I think this is worth thinking about, actually. This is a 14 sum. So if it's a 2-cell 14 sum, then this could be 6, 8, or 5, 9. Is it going to... Maybe I don't actually... Maybe I don't actually want to think about that. It sounded very relevant, but it sounds like I'm going to look ahead. So I'm going to look at where Garion actually wanted me to look, and not where I misunderstood Garion to talk about, which is that I can't make 14 in 2 cells without a 5 or a 6. And so Garion was telling me my guess was wrong. So if the world really did start like this, with this being a 14, That would be a 2-cell clue. This would be a 3-cell clue. Except this would be 4, 5, 6. And now I would be unable to make this 5, 9 or 6, 8. So Garion is disproving this universe. Because in this universe, I end up needing this to be 4, 5, 6. So this universe, sadly, is wrong. So this universe is correct. Very slick spot. So there's a sum to 9 over here that is 1 or 2 cells long. This is all part of a sum to 20. So the point is this cell's always yellow, because I need at least 3 cells in my sum to 20, and it can't be these 3, because these 3 sum to a multiple of 3, because Renban stuff. So this cell's always yellow, which means this is gray, and we actually, out of nowhere, get our first digit, which is that this digit is a 9. So we get to bring out Zach for the 9 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doo! Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo! Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop-boo! Woo! Ba-doop-boo! Ba-doop-ba-doop-boo-ba-doop-boo! Ba-ba-ba-doop! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. I was not expecting the sudden digit. Something Spanish Inquisition. So therefore, as Carl says, this is not a 1-cell 9-sum, because it's one of those killer facts you have to know, that the only way to do a 1-cell 9-sum is with a 9, so you actually need a 2-cell 9-sum over here. So these are both yellow. I may regret saying this, but this is very humane so far, by comparison to what I suspect when I see the word Japanese sums in the title to a puzzle. By the way, a much less humane puzzle, but a puzzle that I still recommend. I posted about this in Discord the other day. I the other day off stream did a Cipher Japanese Sums Philomeno parody puzzle by Niverio that was, I don't know, 4 or 5 stars, I would say. It was harder than this by a considerable amount, at least so far, but it was amazing. So if you're at all interested in any of those words, I recommend hunting down that. Tristan can post a link in chat if Tristan is listening to this, but it was it was a very cool puzzle that I enjoyed an enormous amount. I will admit I assumed this was a ciphered Liar Japanese Sums. So the second I opened it and saw there were actual numbers, it was actually nowhere near as terrible in terms of what it was going to do to my brain as I thought it was going to. My brain wants to say this gray has to get out, but that's not at all a thing. I will say, like, I've been enjoying Cipher Japanese Sums puzzles lately, although I think they don't stream super well. Okay, Martin has a good point, which is that these cells sum to 38. So the outies sum to 7. So I should think about what happens if there are 3 outies, which is if there are 3 outies, these would have to be 1, 2, 4 exactly. And ask myself if that's really possible. Unfortunately, Martin seems to have come to the conclusion that maybe it is annoyingly possible, because I could have these be the 1 and 2 and this be the 4, and then do something like 3, 4, 5 or whatever. So yeah, so let's imagine the world where this is a 1, 2, 4. It's funny because Japanese sums puzzles are really just like all scanning, but in a way that I find pleasant rather than unpleasant. But it's always like, here is so much information that you kind of want to die a little, but you have to sift through it and find the thing. So the thing it's going to break is it's going to break this ability to sum to 9. Because you've used 1, 2, and 4, but now the 4 here if you use a 3 with the 4, then you've now used 1, 2, and 4 in the row, which you can't because you need a 2-cell 9-sum. But otherwise you use the 6, which also does not work. So this can't be gray. It must be yellow, is the punchline of that, because of the breaking the 2-cell 9-sum, which is very cool. Looking at this 3-cell sum, so this is a 3-cell sum of consecutive digits that are that's less than 20, and that adds to 20 with one additional digit. So it can't be 1, 2, 3. It can't be 2, 3, 4. So the smallest thing it could be is 3, 4, 5, in which case this would be an 8, if these were 3, 4, 5. If this is 4, 5, 6, then that's a 5. And if this is 5, 6, 7, then that's a 2. So this is always a 2, 5, or 8. Let's see. People don't like the option of this being 4, 5, 6 plus 5 for some reason. Namely that it would repeat the 5. So it's not 4, 5, 6 plus 5. So in fact, yeah, I guess I probably could have done that just by doing the thing I was about to do, which was to corner mark this here, but I totally didn't realize it. So there's a 5 here. So the 4 in this row can only go a handful of places because it can't go in this sum anymore. So in the universe where this is 5, 6, 7, and that's a 2, I think this is a 1, 8. In the universe where this is 3, 4, 5, and that is an 8, this is a 2, 7. So I think this is either 2, 7 or 1, 8. And I think we're probably working our way up to some sort of sextuple. So how many digits is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, it's the beginnings. It's as they would say it on Cracking the Cryptics. It's the backbone of an octuple. We're working towards an octuple. But what digits didn't appear in here? Are there no digits that don't appear? So there's always a 2 or 8 here and a 2 or 8 here. So this is never a 2 or 8. That might be the actual most that I can get out of this, is that this digit's not 2 or 8. That is a sure thing. Okay, so Josh is looking at... Sorry, no. Both Josh and Kyle are looking at this 2-8 clue in terms of what it's going to do in this column. Because these two things are going to be... Oh, right. These sum to 7. Right, so these are either 3, 4, or... And they're never 2, 5. So these are either 3, 4, or 1, 6, I guess, are the options for whatever that is worth, which I suspect is a problem. Okay, Afraid Not thinks this being 8 is going to break this column. I'm trying to understand. So this being 8 would require this to be 8, and is the point that these can't both be 8 for some reason? So if this is 8 and this is 8, this would have to be 8, 6, 7. But in the case that this is an 8, is this never a 6? In the case this is an 8, that's a 3, 4, 5. I think this can be a 6 with that being an 8. I think these can both be 8. I don't see a reason why that's not going to work. I think I agree with Malcor. I think this breaks. So if this happens, The 3 is a single-digit 3, because the 2 also appears in the column in yellow, so it can't be a 1, 2. And so, therefore, what's going to happen is that the first yellow cell, if this is correct from this direction, is going to be a 3, but that's not possible. So this is wrong, and this is right. And of course, the right one is the one that gets us no information at all, as usual. Let's see. Afraid Not says if both are 8, what are the outies in the column? I have a hard time believing that that's going to work. Interesting. Carl believes this cell's always yellow. So let's look at the two universes. So if this is correct, then at very best we do that, right? So in this case, this cell is yellow. In this case, is there any way that I can fit, say, an 8 there and then a giant 30 clue? Maybe. I'm not sure that I can rule that out immediately. Like, a 30 clue doesn't have to be that big, I'm afraid. Oh, because of the Renban. Right. The Renban. Right. This Renban can never have an 8 on it or anything that resembles an 8. And so actually if the 8 sum starts anywhere in here, it goes at least up to here, actually. Because even these can't sum to 8. So actually the 30 sum couldn't even start until here, and despite what I tried to tell you about summing to 28 and 3 in the last puzzle, you can't actually do a 30 sum in 3. So right, so in fact, actually, if this is the correct one, because of the interaction of 8 and that Renban, the 8 would have to go here. So this cell is always yellow. Okay, I'm looking at other columns to see if there's any other columns or rows where it seems like there is something useful. Right, okay, so Martin has a good point that this 10 clue in this column would now have to include at least these 3 cells, or at least 2 of them. It could not stop here, because that would be 10 and 2, but these 2 are both odd, but they're odds that differ by 2. And so there are not odds that differ by 2 that sum to 10. And so, therefore, at least this cell would involve the 10, because they're on a Renban with an even. I mean, if they're an even and an odd, then they don't sum to 10 at all. And they can't both be even because of the Renban, afraid not. You briefly scared me, but no, it's completely correct. They can't both be even, or that's 3 evens on a Renban. So that means the 10 clue could end at earliest here. So that cell would be gray, and so I'd have to start 2 more clues up here. That doesn't work. So I totally agree with Martin's point. This is now out, and so this is the world that we live in. And so, therefore, the 30 clue is at least 3 cells long, so it needs to go at least that far down. So that's some more stuff going on. Now, the unshaded cell clues in this column sum only to 7, so I have to keep that in mind. Yeah, these 2 are either both 8 or they're both, or this one's not 8. I agree. These 2 being 8 go together in an interesting way. Oh, right. This is a 1 cell 8 sum. Right. This is a 1 cell 8 sum. So, sorry, it doesn't give me the killer calculator, but chat knows that this is an 8. So that's very helpful, because the only 4 cell 30 sum is 9876. And so therefore this actually has to be at least 5 cells. So that has to be yellow. So now, now we have that. Okay. Right. Now this Renban is forced because it's got an 8 on it. I was trying to figure out what it did to the Audi math with this, rather than thinking about what does it do to this that it's on a Renban with the freaking 8. But that was the correct question. What does it do that this is on a Renban with the freaking 8? So that is a 6 because of that, which now knocks 6 and 7 off of this Renban. So this is now a 3, 4, 5 Renban. Those sum to 12. So therefore this is an 8. These need to sum to 9, so they are 2 and 7. Hey, Heliopolis! This is not 3 or 4 or 6, so it's a 1. These are not, in fact, 6 on this, so they have to be 7, 8, 9, and so that is a 9 and a 7. And now remember the Audis sum to 7, so these can't be Audis. Because the Audis include a 6, and so that's an Audi, and it's a 1. And so we've got all of that stuff. Let's see if this works. It did work. I did not expect that to work, I'm going to be honest. So these two are from 2, 3, 4, 5. So at the absolute biggest, these are 4, 5. So these are never bigger than 6, 7. And that one can't be a 7 even. So this one we've got down to 6 candidates. This one down to 7 candidates. That's not bad. Let's see. People think we've found the lie in row 7. I'm not sure. Only one place for 1 in row 2. Right. This can't be 1, 2, because then it couldn't be part of a 14 clue. This can't be 1, because then those couldn't get to 14. That can be 1. These can't be 1. That can't be 1. And if these were 1, they'd be 1, 2, and they wouldn't be a double-digit clue. Wow. That's gnarly. So this is a 1. By madness. So we've got that. I don't think it has any immediate impact on these. I mean, you just know which of these is going to be right. Let's see. This row, we've got those two as options. So interestingly, if this is the right one, this clue must extend here because of the 15. If it's a 14, then this could just be a 6 and it could stop. Kyle thinks this is yellow now, but I don't think we know that I can see. Unless it's using some clue I have not yet understood. This can only be 7 if that's a 6. This sum is always double digits. No, that doesn't quite do it. Let's see. here, if this is right, the 8 at the top would have to be 2 cells, space, question mark, space, question mark. It would have to be a 9 sum, space, question mark. There's still room for this, even though the 8 sum would now have to be 2 cells. If this was a 16 sum now, the 16 sum has to go up to at least here, because I can't do 16 and 2 with an 8. So then it would start, and then I could do that and that. That's plenty of room. Okay, so Garion is thinking through sort of like both cases of whether this is yellow or not. If this is yellow, then what are the cases here? Then these can't be 5-4, because 5-4 would require a 5 here. They could be 4-3, in which case that's 7, in which case that doesn't work either. Or they could be 3-2, in which case that's 5, in which case this would need to be a 9. And I think that's it. And then the other option is that it's not shaded. Wait, isn't this just always a 9? I think that's just always a 9. What universe is this a 7? Wait, if this was 3-4, why did I miss that being... I don't know. It's a 7 or a 9, whatever. Somehow I tried to do all the cases out loud, and I did not successfully do all the cases. It's being asked where 2 and 3 go in this row, which is, I think, going to tell me that this isn't a 5, because I do need to put a 2 and a 3 in the row, and I certainly can't put either of them over here. So I can hide 1, 2, or 3 here, but if I don't put a 2 or a 3 on this Renban, then I'm not getting 2 3s in the row. It's actually very similar to the logic at the beginning of the Renban V-band thing that took me a long time to understand. So no 2 3s there. So there is a 2 3 on this Renban, and so therefore there's not a 5 on it. And so this is from 2 3 4 is the upshot of all of that as well. And so there's always a 3 on it. Oh wait, this is always yellow. How am I not seeing this? This is always yellow because there's no now that's not 5. This is always yellow. Okay, that's why, because it wasn't true before. It's true now. That this is always yellow because that's not 5. So there's an 8 over here somewhere. I'm trying to decide if this being 4-7 breaks. If this is 4-7, then it makes that a 9 and a 2-3. No, it works. If this is a 5-6, then it doesn't impact any of that at all in a direct way. Yeah, and then this could be 8-9 or whatever. I do wish the Japanese sums puzzles would be a little less sneaky at times. I feel there are some unhealthy forces in the Japanese sums puzzles community pushing towards weirder stuff. This being a 2-digit sum, still fine. This can still just barely get to 2 cells there. Only just, though. Only if this is a 5 or a 6. No, not even if it's a 5. Only if this is a 6. So only in a very special universe can this cell be gray. Because if this is... if this wants to be the only yellow cell that's part of a 2-cell sum, it has to be exactly 6 and then 5 or 4. And interestingly, a 6 here with a 5... Actually, a 6 here with a 5 or a 4 here, and then the 5 or the 4 would also go there. Yes, the blue line is a single 6-cell Renban. It's funny to me how I began by criticizing this Renban, and then a lot of people talked about the fact that it split, and that didn't bother me at all. I do think I've done a lot of good work for this Renban by putting some yellow around it. I think that has rounded it out a bit. It's a little less it's a little less offensive. Oh, I missed an option in row 2. Where? Okay, okay, we'll just go back there. Oh, it could be a 5-6 with a 3. Oh, that's unfortunate. It's all very unfortunate. Yeah, 5-6 with a 3 is definitely possible, because this I don't know is not 6. But yeah, that's absolutely right. Yeah, that happens to me a lot. That I'll see one cell of a Renban pencil marked like this, and then assume this one is likewise pencil marked. So the only way that this isn't yellow is if this is a 5 and a 9 exactly. If that's a 5 and a 9 exactly, then this is a 4-7. And so I think we have to, if this is a 5 and a 9, I think we have to write out the entire row in order to see that it breaks. So if this is a 5 and a 9, remember these two need to be big numbers. They can't be like 1, 2, 3, 4. So if these are 5 and 9, oh, this is just the count the 2 3s thing, isn't it? I just need places for 2 3s. That's all that I have to do here, rather than this horrendous way that I'm about to do this. And so, so where did the 2 3s go? The 2 3s can't all go here, is the point, and they can't go in any of these cells at all. So there's at least 1, 2, 3 over here. And if there's at least 1, 2, 3 over here, this isn't a 2-cell sum. Because even if the 3 is there, this can't be a 2-cell sum. So that part is fine. Okay. I do need 3 separate strings in this column. That 3 is kind of interesting with this over here. It makes you think maybe that's what's actually going to happen. So I guess this could be a 2-cell sum if it's exactly those 2 cells. It would gray the entire rest. But that's okay. Let's see. I successfully muted the mic, I think, for my sneeze. I keep wanting to say there's some cell that sees this entire Renban, but it's only a Latin square, so there isn't. I'm trying to think about the interaction of this Renban with that and that digit. But I don't think that that is a productive means of engagement at the moment. Let's see. I need to put a single-digit number here by this clue. Oh, that 2 in row 7 is maybe interesting, because that 2 would have to go somewhere. So I'd have single cell, single cell. Single cell would be at least here, so this would be a 2 exactly. There's no way the 2 goes anywhere but there. So Ambrose's point is, if this is correct, that's a 2. I do feel like I might have been punished by the fates for saying the puzzle was being reasonable. And so the question is, can this be an 8 or a 9? And the answer is no. Because if this is an 8 or a 9, it's too far away from a 2 on the Renban, because a 2 can only go with 3, 4, 5, 6. So yeah, so this can't be a 2, and so therefore this is bogus, and this is correct. So we've got to have room for 3 two-cell sums. So if I neglect this 7, then I have to go at least like this, and I don't finish my two-cell sums. So I must have the 7, and then the 16 is right, so then that's gray. It was pretty brutal, but it at least combined the things the puzzle was about, so I appreciate that. So now this is bogus, because now I can't make 18. So now that is wrong. And now this is right. So this is a 1-cell sum. So if that's yellow, it's exactly a 1. Now, so I could do that would be fine. The 8, remember, has to be at least 2 cells, we know, because there's already an 8 in the column, but it just fits. Can I put a second 2 yellows in row 7? Oh, I can put the second 2 yellows. Right. I don't have room to start my 2 after this, so I have to have done my 2 before this. In other words, this cell, because this is a double digit, always happens to include that. So therefore, these are both yellow, and that's gray, and this is yellow. That was Ambrose's point. I like how you'd think that Niverio was nice enough to give us a sum, but in fact, actually, the 16 was only given to us after we already knew the digits that went in the cells, and in the correct order. So there was no accidental leakage of useful information there. Row 3, column 1 is always yellow. Where are we reading that from? Oh, row 1, column 3. Sorry, I read it wrong. Row 1, column 3 is always yellow. Because if this was the yellow, then we'd run out of room, right? Because the 8 sum has to be at least 2 cells. And so if those 2 cells are these 2 cells, we don't finish by the time we get to the bottom. So it's that. And so in fact, actually, this is gray. I can't make this a 3-cell 8 sum, because then I don't have room to finish either. So in fact, this is always gray. And so in fact, actually, we just finished the whole column. With the exception of the fact that I don't know what that is. So these are not a 0-8, remember. Oh, there's a 9 clue that I'm being told is useful. Finally, we get a little bit of juice from the clues. Well, it's not that there can't be zeros, it's that there's no zeros because there's already an 8 in the column. Let's see. So this needs to be a single cell digit. Let's see. There's an interesting thing with this being a 15, meaning that had to be yellow. I would really like to know that this digit's a 6. I think this digit's going to be a 6, which is going to give us this cell's yellow and a 1. I think that's what's going to happen. Where do we hide the 8 and 9 in row 2? Several people are asking. So that's not the 9. The 9's not there. So the 9 in row 2 is over here. And that's not the 8. That's not the 8. So the 8 is over here. So this is certainly from 7, 8, 9. And so there's certainly an 8 on it, although I don't think that's interesting. Yes, there can't really be zeros. Sorry, I was being silly as I slowly am driven mad. But the camel is at least starting to come into place. Like, you can see one of the humps down here. Although this might be a slightly deconstructed camel, I'm a little concerned for it. So the point is, this can't be 2, 3. I don't understand how people are saying this isn't 7. Oh, because if this was 7, that would be 1, and it can't be. Okay, so this digit now, right, okay, it's because of the 8 sum. I didn't even see the 8 sum. Yes, so the 8 clue is very useful. Okay, so yeah, so this digit now has to be 3, 5, 6 in order for this to work. Oops. That's the only combination that's going to work. So there's no 7 here. And now this is a naked single. It is well, it's not an 8 or a 9 or a 4 or a 7, so it's a 2. These are not 5. Well, you train me not to use the given numbers, Niverio, and then suddenly you start hiding stuff in the given numbers. Okay, so now there's no 6 there. So we got the 6. We got the 6. We got the 6. So the 6 does a couple things, actually. It's not the place I was expecting a 6. One of the things it does is it tells me this isn't a 7. But the other thing is it tells me that this cell's always yellow and a 1. And the reason is because if this cell was gray, I would need these two to add to either 14, in which case this would be a 6, or 15, in which case it would be a 7. Neither of those works. So this is definitely a 1. And now if this cell isn't yellow, then these two sum to 9, and so I would need this cell to be either a 5 or a 6. It could only be a 5. So if this cell's not yellow, this cell is yellow and a 5. But I don't think I know anything like this cell's not yellow yet. But knowing that this is a 1 assuredly must be helpful at some point, right? Maybe, possibly. Give me hope, please. Let's see. Okay, so these are those digits in some order. Why 1 here? Because these two need to be a 1-digit sum. And if one of them is an 8, then the other digit has to be a 1 to preserve it. Dog says the 8 sum in column 3 is quite restricted. I agree that it is restricted and that it is 2 digits that add to 8, one of which is a 3. So the other one is probably a 5. Again, I really wish they'd let me use the killer calculator on this. Now, is there any way that this Renban doesn't have a 5 on it? Because I think this is going to be huge, right? If this is not a 5, these could be 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, drat. So I think it is still just possible. I would love to put a 5 here, because then it's going to make that cell yellow too. Because of what has happened down here that I've been looking for the whole time. I don't know why my brain latched onto that so early, but I've been just waiting for that to pay off. So we've got that. Right, this is always 1 or 5. Because either this Renban has a 1 on it or has a 5 on it. And so this is never 2, 3, or 4. This is always 1 or 5. That is a very good point. Row 1, column 1, definitely gray now, right? That's true. That's a good spot from Dog, because either this would have to be a 1-cell 5 sum or a 1-cell 10 sum, and it can certainly be neither, so that's gray. I could say it sees a 2, 3, 4 triple. I love that, actually. That makes me happy, saying it that way. That is Chef's Kiss gorgeous. I know these are a 5, 6 now, actually. I probably should fill that in. I I don't know that it's going to be immediately useful, but it might help somewhat. So these digits, oh no, these digits aren't consecutive. Don't listen to me. I mean, they might be consecutive. Who knows? Now we do know now that this is a 6-cell Renban that's somewhat restricted because it has to have a 5 or a 6 on it. Row 2, column 7 Renban. Middle Renban needs a 5. I agree the middle Renban needs a 5. So one of these is a 5, I guess I can write. Are we going to get a swordfish on 5s? Are we building our own swordfish? Let's see. Yeah. I see Isaac in chat was telling me about this 5-6 pair, which is then being claimed that it's immediately useful because, and then I lost track of where we were going with that. I will admit. We'll place an 8 in either row 6, column 7. What's going on with the 8? Or row 7, column 7. I'm missing the connection. Where is the 8 coming in? The 2-digit J sum. So it's because of the 7 9s. That's the point. It's because of the 7 9s. So what actually needs to be done is that these need to be pencil marked. That's the that's the thing that Chad is trying to tell me, is that by not marking these cells, I was being lazy. And so the point is that there's definitely an 8 in one of these, because otherwise they're a 3-4 pair. I had just not noticed, because this is a weird thing that would never happen in these cells in a Sudoku puzzle. But here we've got 7 9s looking at both of these. And so this is an 8 with a 3 or a 4. And I don't think 8 can go with a 3. That's too many digits. So it's actually just 8 with a 4, just by Renban stuff. And so actually these are 5, 6, 7, which means that's not a 6, which means these are a 2, 3, 4. And I've already used my requisite bad word for the stream, so I can't do it again. But those both go with 1 and 5. This isn't a 3, though, because one of these is the 3 for the Renban, so I will pretend that this paid me off. What about this cell? Actually, let's just pencil mark the rest of this column. We can borrow mark. So they aren't 5, 6. They aren't 8 or 4. So these are 3, 7, and 9. This one's not a 7, for sure. So let's see. So these two are the same digit, I guess, is one thing we can do. So we can start doing that. Row 5 doesn't work with the left clue. Oh, because where am I getting the 9 and then the other sum? Because I can't make any of this sum to 9 is the point. Because that's a bunch of stuff together that's not going to sum to anything looking like 9. And so I have to get my 9 sum either before here or after here, both of which are going to break horribly. So good spot. And very cute setting, by the way. I like that one a lot. So that means this needs to be a big number. Needs to be a lot bigger than 5. It needs to be an 8, in fact, because I need to make these two sum to a double-digit number, and so the only number that's available is 8 in order to make that happen, because 5 isn't big enough, and 6, 7, and 9 are gone. So then we've got another double-digit thing, which certainly is happening here, so that is always yellow. And then there's at least one yellow thing over here, but who knows? We can mark those cells just because it seems useful. Mark didn't notice the 5, 6, 7 triple, but I did, so there you go. Let's see. I now think we're actually going to prove it the other way. I think we're going to prove this has to be a 5, because I think we're going to prove this has to be gray now, I think is what's going to have to happen. Okay. I don't think there's any way that these, that this is yellow. I think if this is yellow, I don't think I can make either of these work, right? If this is yellow, I have to make a 4-digit sum to 8 if I'm looking at the bottom clue. Or if this is yellow, I need to make 3 yellow clues up here, neither of which works. So this is always gray, regardless of which of those things is correct. And so we either go 8 question and then double question, or question, question, question. Actually, I don't have enough room for this anymore. Because whatever I make yellow is going to connect these. So these don't actually work anymore. So it's now actually it's these that are correct. So this bottom is a sum to 8. If it's a 3-digit sum to 8, that's a 1. But I don't immediately see why it can't be a 3-digit sum to 8. And I do need a double-digit sum, but I can do that in 2 cells or whatever. This can't be a 1. It can't be a 1 because it's part of a double-digit sum, right? So I should have pencil marked this. I should have pencil marked that this was that, and then I would have known this can't be a 1. And so that can't be a 1. So this is not a 2-cell 8 sum, or sorry, not a 3-cell 8 sum. It's a 2-cell 8 sum. And so it doesn't have a 4 in it. And so if one of the digits in a 2-cell 8 sum is a 3, 5, the other is also a 3, 5. So that's not a 5. So we have that all happening. This can't be right anymore. Because if this was right, I'd need to make a 30 sum over here, which would be 6, 7, 8, 9 exactly, and that cell can be neither 6, 7, 8, nor 9. Very cool. So that is not right. So this is right. So I need a 5 and a question mark. Isn't this broken? No, I can get the 5 as a 4 and a 1. So I have to get the 5 as a 4 and a 1. I think is the only way that's going to work, right? For this row, to get that 5, I think this is going to have to be a 1 and a 4 in order for that to work. So that's going to be an 8. That is not going to be an 8. Slick. This is going to be a single-digit number. I keep regretting not pencil marking when I learn that something's going to be a single-digit number, but I'm going to try and keep not pencil marking it and see how... these aren't yellow. They're supposed to be green. Something looked wrong. Row 7. Right. These are a double-digit clue. And so if this is a 3, it doesn't get big enough. So this is a 5. And now this has to be a 6. This was Dog's point. So that's a 3. I think someone else in chat had it as well. I think I saw it in a couple places. These aren't 3 anymore. That's not even a little bit 5 anymore. That's not 6 anymore. There's a 2-4 pair in column 3. There is. So these are neither 2 nor 4. They are 6 or 7. Let's see. Okay, so these I definitely need to goodlift. Oops. Because there's not many options for them left. One of these two exactly is 1, which seems categorical. Let's see. The 15-4 clue, Malcor says, is bogus. Right, so if it's right, I need to make something that adds to 6 to complete this. And so It can't be a 6. So these would have to be 2, 4 exactly. What is wrong with these being 2, 4 exactly? Then this can't be a 4. Good lord. That's ridiculous. Okay, so it's not this. So it is this. This can't be... Actually, no, this has to be part... No, this can't be part of the 5 clue. So the 5 clue must come later, because if this is part of the 5 clue, I have to have already completed a double-digit clue. So the 5 clue actually has to be here and has to be exactly the digit 5. This has to be yellow, because reasons. And so... it's interesting because there's a lot of Japanese sums deductions that I like, and there's a lot of Japanese sums deductions that I feel like are bullshit. Maybe if I do like a dozen more Japanese sums puzzles, maybe I won't follow that into the bullshit category, because it very well could be, like I said, like the killer thing. Like I've been working on just doing a bunch of Japanese sums puzzles because I want to get more comfortable with it. Just because I want to kind of set with it and play with it a bit. And so it's possible that although I presently find it nonsense, that maybe I wouldn't with more... maybe I wouldn't with more experience. It's possible. I have no idea. Okay, so now I need to make 14. And I can't make 14 with 5 anymore, so I need to make it with 2 and 3. Liar Spiral was great. Let's see. So these are not 2 or 3. Oops. So they are from 4, 6, 7, 9, apparently. And this works out to be a double-digit sum no matter what, so I don't care about that part. Let's see. Is this column getting problematic yet? I do not know. I can't tell if this is the neck or the tail. If it's the neck, there needs to be a chiropractor involved. Right, we need 3 blocks in column 1 no matter what, and so this always needs to be gray, is Ambrose's point, because if this is yellow, suddenly I can't get to 3 blocks. And so the question is, can these sum to 18? And they could, with that being a 2. Suspicious. Could these sum to 10? That would require this be a 4, or no, it would require that be a 4. It's maybe okay. Yeah, within this row, we don't get a whole lot more. Let's see. Where is the 4 in column 1? It's not there, so the 4 in column 1 is in one of those 2 spots, I think. So, could this be part of a 10 clue? It would have to be 5, 2, 3 is the only way I could make a 10 clue over here. Is there a problem with these 2 cells being 2, 3? That would be the 2, that would be the 3. I don't think there's immediately a problem with it. Indeed, anytime I see something that places a bunch of digits in one of these puzzles, I'm kind of inclined to believe that it probably is the thing that happens, because the setter ultimately has to place digits somehow. There's a Jovi on 6s in column 3 and 7. That's true. We are ruling... We do have a Jovi on 6s here. That I think everything in a Latin square is technically an X-wing. I think you can't have a... I think everything that happens in a Latin square is an X-wing, because the thing that makes a Jovi wing not an X-wing is about regions. But it certainly looks like a Jovi wing. Row 4, column 6, and row 5, column 6 are both yellow from the column clues. Okay, so, right. So either this is a sum to 9, or this is a double-digit sum, and either way, those are both yellow. That is a very good spot to Garion. And now both ways we need we need 3 groups, so that also has to be gray by extending Garion's point. Now, certainly this upper sum isn't 17, because I can't put a 10 in that cell, so those are wrong, and these are right, sexily enough. So if those are right, that has to be yellow as well. Now, I can't do 171, so I either do 162 or 153, so this is always a 2 or a 3. Based on what exactly happens there. And we're supposed to have a single-digit sum down here at the bottom, which is not going to work even if this digit's a 6. So that's 4 and 5 and 4, and 6 and 7 and 5, and 1 plus 6 needs a 2, and that's a 7 and a 4. So I need this digit to be at least 3. Unfortunately, that's going to happen regardless. Let's good lift these. Good, they're an 8-9 pair. These aren't 3. One of them is 1, though that's been true for a long time. This isn't 4 or 7. This isn't 4. That definitely, that did some damage, as they say. These 2 digits that are the same, they're both 4, we now know. So that's a 2. So we have resolved circle, for those of you who are eager to discover the value of circle. These are not 2. These are not 4. Okay, so now this possibility is broken, Screaming Ice Cube points out, because the only way this was ever working was as 523, but now that 523 would have an 8-9 in it, which is not going to work. 5 plus 2 plus 3 plus an 8-9 is not going to work. So now that 5 puts a gray there. I know at least one of these is yellow. This can only be yellow if it's a 1, and it's not, so it's gray, because there's a 1 in the row already. So that's gray. We know we get a double-digit sum at the top of this column, so that's always yellow. But we need to keep it apart from this sum, so the betting tree is gray. Sorry to yellow betting tree betters. This needs to get out. So, wait, no, that's not this puzzle. Avoid a 2x2. No, that's not this puzzle. Let's see. So this digit needs to be large enough to get this to a double-digit sum. So it needs to be at least a 6. So this is a 6, 8, or 9. We're getting a lot of digits that are high in this row. And this is not a 6 because of the X-wing that we mentioned before. So this is an 8 or a 9. So that's an 8-9 pair, in fact. Column 1 10 sum is forced. Right. If this was 6, 3, 1, it would also get an 8. So that is yellow, and that is gray. And this is a 4. Uh-oh, I did something wrong. Oh, wait, it might be a lie. Right, sorry. Good point. If the 10 sum is right, then we know what it is. But we don't know that's a 10 sum. Good point. Let's see, because that could still be 18. Wait. Oh, right. That could be a double-digit sum with a 5 there. Nope, never mind. Very good point. And this is why puzzles like this take me a week to do when I do them off stream. Because I like to break them over and over and over again. Let's good lift these. Tristan has an antenna. How have I not been privy to this? If this is yellow... Not quite. If this is yellow, it almost, but not quite, breaks either of them. Column 4 one is resolved? I don't quite see how yet. Top clue doesn't work. Oh, wait, the top clue has 3 things in it. Right, I could do that. Yeah, okay, right. Yeah, this definitely doesn't work. In my brain, it was like one of these was 1 clue and one of them was 2 clue. I just remembered it wrong. Yeah, this one definitely doesn't work. So this is definitely correct. Which just tells me the yellows up the column are all connected. And I have to make sure I don't get to a triple-digit sum. I do know at least one of these is yellow. Let's see. Row 4, column 8 is gray in both universes. So either this is the 8 sum on that side, or this is a 7 sum. So yeah, so this is always gray. That's very good. And so then I can't say more about that, but I can say this is definitely gray. Thank you to Ambrose there. So now this has to be yellow in order that there be enough clues in this column. So that's yellow. Yeah, so I have to make sure if... Oh, I know this can't be yellow, because I actually know... No, I don't. This is not the one where I know one of these is 9, unfortunately. One of these rows or something, I had a 9 pencil marked into one of 2 cells, but it's not this one. Let's see. This sees, though, it does see the 1-4 pair. That's true. So this sees both of those, Garion points out. So it can't be 1. Very good. I love that. Every time that deduction comes up, I'm just delighted. Let's see. I'm just doing a quick scan of all the clues we have not resolved. Oh, it places 1 in row 5. It sure does. It gives us a 2, 3, 9 triple. That's awesome. So yeah, so that's a 1, which makes that a 4 and makes that a 1. Unfortunately, placing the 1 here would have done a lot more good than that did. This needs to be shaded now to make this a sum, to make this a double-digit sum. Now that those are connected, now this can't be right anymore. So now this is double-digit sum, then single-digit sum, then double-digit sum. So that's now forced. Gray and gray. Oh, I didn't actually greenify it, but what I'm arguing for you is that this is green. So let's see. So this is a double-digit sum. So this digit needs to be at least 2. That's not super exciting. This is a double-digit sum. So yes. The row 4 one, we know where the liar is because there aren't 2 connected groups. There's 3. So it's got to be this. And so that makes this a 6, which makes that a 7 and a 6. Resolves our Jovi wing from earlier. Thank you to Carl for all of your work on the Jovi wing. And for continuing to remember it was there until it was useful 20 minutes after you spotted it. Which is always a skill that I am not the best at. Let's see. The blue Renban wants a 5. Can it have one? It can't have one there or there. So it must have a 5 there or there. Do I know one of those digits can't be 5? I don't think I do. I mean, I know I don't. Chat might know. You don't like 5 blue digits pencil marked on top of a blue Renban, Ambrose? I can see why that might that might do it. That was part of the added difficulty. That's why this blue was chosen, to sort of camouflage the candidates. Is the tree allowed to be part of the pair in the column? It is allowed to be. I think so. I think the tree is allowed to be part of a pair. Why is the tree? Is the tree fascinating? Let's mark these cells. Can I calculate the tree value? Let's see. Mark won't do it for me. Uh-oh, did I break Mark? Oh no. Undo! I have regrets. I need an adult. Okay, so it's being claimed that I can get the tree value. So I think we will resolve the tree value, even though it is against the spirit of competition and all of that. So it could be a 1. It's not a 2. It's not a 3. It's not a 4. It's not a 5. It's not a 6. It's not a 7. So I think it is an 8 or a 9. So I think this is a 1, 8, or 9 for the tree. Oh, no, it's not the only place for 1 in the row. There's 2 places for 1 in the row. Oh, where's 1 in the column is the question. Right. So it's not a naked single, it's a hidden single. So the betting tree is a 1. So congratulations to all the 1 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. As we make this cell that has been a thorn in our side the entire time, we make it a 5. So I don't know. I wanted to know whether that was a 1 or a 5 a lot of times in the puzzle, but I was going to say, but it doesn't do anything, but it does actually do something because it places that 5 per Afraid Not. We've got a 2, 3, 6, 8 quad in this row that doesn't do anything. Let's see. So we've got the 5 and the 4 and the 6. We're really doing well on this. Let me tell you. We've got all the fancy forcing digits that go on this thing. This cell can't be an 8 or a 9 because there's an 8-9 pair in the row. So there can't actually be a 9 on this Renban at all. Oh no, there can be if these are an 8 and a 9. Oh no, they can't be. There can't be a 9 on this Renban at all. So if there's a 9 on this Renban at all, it's here, but then the 8 is also here and it breaks that cell. So neither of these are a 9. Now this digit's only a 2 or a 3, so that's going to do a lot of damage because it's going to mean there's not an 8, but it's also going to mean that this digit is a 9 by 2, 3 pair. This digit can't be an 8 because a 2 or a 3 is, oh, maybe a 2 or a 3 isn't too far away for an 8 from an 8. Who knows? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's not too far away. But this isn't a 9. So let's see. Okay, this cell certainly can't be a 2 or a 3, because if this cell was a 2 or a 3, that would be a 2-3 pair, and we'd have a Renban that went 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. So this digit not being a 2 or a 3 means it's a 7. So there has to be a 3 on the Renban. Actually, let me chase some Sudoku around for a second. Just sven around a bit before we look at this. So now my Renban definitely has 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's either got 2, 3 or 3, 8. Those are the two options for what is going on here. I think both of those are feasible. That's not a 7, so that's a 6, 9 pair that's useless. So let's see. That cell can be marked for sure. Not productively, maybe, but oh, we can look at row 3 now. So Garion is claiming this side can't be right, because this can't be a double-digit number. It can't be a 6, it can't be an 8 or a 9, and it can't be a 7. Right. This cell, yeah, this cell can't be 6, 7, 8, or 9. You didn't see anything? Did not happen. So yeah, this can't get to double digits now. That's a very good spot from Garion. So this has gotten to the double digits. Unfortunately, that's not the one that started with 3. That 3 was really tempting the whole time. It was like, oh, it was like the little carrot that Niverio is dangling in front of the horse for the whole puzzle. Is like, oh, this 3 is finally going to tell me what's going on over there. But then, no, wrong. This does nothing. Okay. This is a double-digit clue, so at least it gives me that that's yellow. Like, this 3 is here for literally no other reason than to give you hope. And then destroy that hope mercilessly. Like, this could have been a single question mark, and it would not have affected the puzzle. It would only have affected the emotional arc of the solver. This digit has to be at least a 2. In order to make that work. We're really close to like a 2, 3, 8, 9 quadruple. I'm noticing that this column needs a 7, and the 7 in this column only goes here. I don't know why I noticed that, but I noticed that. This cell can only be a 2 or a 3, actually. Because for the column, it's a 2, 3, 8, 9, but there's an 8, 9 pair looking at it. So now this row only has a handful of things, because remember, they can't be 2 or 3, and they can't be 8 or 9. So in fact, that's a 4, and that's a 1. And so we've got all of that. That 2, 3 pair in column 4, AFK points out, gives me an 8 there and a 9 there. Which means this is not an 8, and that's not an 8, and that's not a 9. Oh, do we finally know what's going on over here? Yes, because now there's absolutely no way that this is going to work. I can't get a 10 sum with any combination of that nonsense. So this is correct. And then now finally we get that this is a 2 and a 3. And a 2 and a 3 and a 2 and a 3. I probably should have been coloring those. It probably would have been helpful in retrospect. I'm glad I didn't just believe that 3 and 8 couldn't go together on a Renban, because it turns out they do. 9, 8, 9, 8, 2, 6, 9. Okay, and we've got to just finish our J-sums puzzle now. Okay, so this row, that part is happy. And that part is also happy, so nothing to gain there. I've got my 18. I need a double digit, so I need this to be yellow in order for that to do it. Now, yeah, that's all fine. What about this row? This has got to be gray by the row because I need a single-digit version of the sum. This needs a double-digit block, so that's yellow. Again in this row... Oh, this needs to be gray because I need to keep these two clues separated. Which I feel like is the lyrics of a song, if I'm not mistaken. This will be a double-digit number either way. This will be a double-digit number either way. And this will be a double-digit number either way. People keep saying column 4. Why does column 4 have to all be yellow? Why can't it all be gray? Oh, because there's a yellow up there. Good lord. Yes. Yes. My brain was debating, so it's yellow all the way down from wherever the highest yellow is in the column, completely ignoring that there's already a highest yellow in the column. I was like, so it's either this, or it's this, or it's this, or it's this, and I'm looking clue by clue, and none of them work. But yes, that yellow tells me I need to connect these. And there, we are done. That was very fun. I enjoyed it a lot. The Renban was the wrong shade of blue. That is my my main criticism. Also, oh, I didn't finish row 1. Okay, we can finish row 1. 4, 6, 2. There we go. I mean, apparently I didn't, Doug. Yeah, that was a very neat puzzle. There were a couple things that felt to me like they were sort of like across my line, but I'm open to thinking that they won't be across my line once I have done 10 more JSums puzzles. Of course, if they each take me a week, it will be a while before I have done 10 more JSums puzzles. I enjoyed the idea a lot. I think that's very cool. I kind of wish there was geometry on the shading, just because the geometry on the shading is some of the fun part. It is true. This is number 3 in the series, so it's not like But, I mean, it's not my fault. The Windmills voted for number 3. The Windmills liked Renban. So we got that. But yeah, if I'd done number 1 first, then maybe I would have been a bit more prepared for this. But yeah, that was a very fun puzzle. All right, I'm going to do a 6x6, probably one 6x6, but I need to take a break before I do that, so I'm going to be right back, and then I will do a 6x6. So I will be back shortly. right. Let's see. Did I actually get back? Yes, I actually got back. Okay. We are back with an interior numbered rooms puzzle by Dyer, which I admit I spent the entire break staring at the rules for, trying to make sense of it. But I missed the part where there's doublers. So I think the part where there's doublers is going to help us. So what's happening here is that an arrow indicates, so for example, if this is a 5 and this is a 2, then the arrow indicates that the nth cell in the arrow's direction is the same as the cell behind this. So I count 2 cells ahead, and I place a 5 there. Just like regular numbered rooms, you know, all that stuff. I assume that this is 2 cells, and that's not 2 cells. Now, the reason why this is not immediately broken is because we have doublers. And so instead of, for example, a 5 here, I could have a 2. I mean, a 2 would be a terrible choice, I suppose. Still, have a 3 there, count 1, 2, 3 spaces, and then place a 1 here. But this 1 is doubled, so it still counts. It still counts as a 2. Okay, so this is the puzzle. Yes, I also, Ambrose, did not see the doubler rule until I went live, basically. And I was like, how is this possible? Well, chat will figure it out. So the thing oh, that's not quite true. I was going to say the thing is these have to be a 1, 2, 3 triple because I need to double them, but I don't necessarily need to double these. I just need to double the thing. Okay, so this, though, can only be a 1 or a 2 because it either is placing that there or there. And this can't actually be a 1 because it would be placing the digit there. So I think actually this is a 2. And so I think these 2 cells have the same value. So one of these 2 cells is a doubler. So none of those are doubled. And that's not doubled, because then it would be placing it over here somewhere where you can't even see my mouse anymore. Actually, you can see my mouse because it's all the way over into the directions. But if this is a doubled 1, then it's placing a 2 here. And then what am I putting there? I didn't claim all the arrows were doublers. I just claimed that I think that's 2 in front. Is that not 2 in front? Am I miscounting? Because this to me is saying that this is the cell. I think these 2 cells, one of them is double the other. One of them is doubled. But I don't think I know. I don't think I have any way of knowing yet which of them is doubled. So this digit is 1, not 2. I think I can prove it's not 3 or 4. And I actually know, I guess the thing I know really is, I think I know that this cell is not a doubler. I also definitely know it's not a 1. As I said, I wanted to think about it for a second because it's basically regular numbered rooms logic, but I didn't want to assume anything. But if this is a 1, it would be saying that this digit is a half and it's doubled. So that's not going to work. So this is a 3 or a 4. If this is a 3, it's saying that this digit is a doubled 1. Which is maybe okay. Maybe this digit can be a doubled 1. I don't know. But now this digit certainly can't be doubled. Because, again, this digit and the digit it points at are... One of them has to be doubled because they have the same value. So yeah, so that's not doubled. So yeah, so one of these 2 is doubled. Okay, so so it's true. What are my options here for these two cells? Well, they can't be 1, 2. They can't be 2, 4. So they have to be 3, 6. That's a good spot to curb on there. 3, 6 is the only pair of doubler and digit that is available, given that that's a 2. Very good spot. Okay, so we have our sort of roping. So these are 2, 3, or 6. Now, in fact, this has to be a 2, because if this were a 3 or a 6, I would be repeating the double 3, and I can't repeat the double 3 by standard doubler rules, so this must be a 2. So no 2s there. I'm only allowed to double the 3, microstudy. I can't double the 6 here. If I double the 6 here, that's a problem. Unless I'm putting a 12 somewhere in the grid, which might be happening in a J. Dyer puzzle. Don't give her any ideas. 1, 4, 5. This can't be a 1. 2, 3, 4. No, sorry, no. 4 or 5 means it's down here. So the doubler is either there or it's down here. So it's never there. The doubler can never be here either, because that would need... Oh, no, never mind. Sorry, I'm saying something wrong. Okay, let's see. Carl is asking if this can be 4. Right. I don't think this being 4 works. Because if this is a 4, what am I putting here? It couldn't be a 5, and it can't be a 1 either, because double 1 is 2, and I've already used the 2. So this is always a 3. And so this is a double 1, is the moral of the story. So therefore, none of this nonsense is doubled. And therefore, I've used the double 1, so this can't be a 2, pointing at a doubled 1. So it has to be either a doubled 2 pointing at a 4. Oh, it just has to be a double 2 pointing at a 4. If this was a regular 2, this would need to be a doubled 1, and I can't double a second 1. That would just be silly. So this is a double 2 pointing at a 4, and the 4 has to go here, because I need the 4. This is exactly the kind of idea that 6x6s are great for. So this can't be a 1, so it is naively a 2, 3, or 4, but lots of those are problems. So 2 would place a 2 there, which is bad. And then, sorry, 2 would be a problem because this is pointing at a 2. 3 would place a 2 there, so that's a problem. So this is a 4, making that a 2. Sorry, I said that wrong originally. That's not a 4. And so we can good lift a little bit, good lift a little bit more. So we need to be asking questions like, where is the 4 getting doubled, given that the 4 has to be doubled somewhere? And I know these aren't doubled. The 6 is the thing that's doubled up here, for the record, because the 3 is doubled down here. We actually know that. So wait, no, sorry. Don't listen to me. The 2 is doubled up here. The thing in these 3 cells that is doubled is the 2. Don't listen to zetas. The 3 is what is doubled over here. Okay, so the 4 that's doubled needs to be in one of these boxes. I don't know which. I'm sure I will discover it in time. Let's see. I'm sure there is something clever to notice here. I'm really focused on the digit 4 for some reason. row 5, column 6 is the digit that's doubled in box 5 due to roping. Right. This digit is the double digit from this box. I agree. So it's never a 3 in particular is Garian's point, because this digit is doubled down here. So there is a 5 or a 6 down here, and then of course there's a 1 down here. So I guess I can actually say, I know there's a 1 down here, and I know there's a 1 in there, just for purposes of that. Of course, the 1 down here isn't doubled. And something. I feel like there is something to say. Maybe. So this is a 1 and a 5 or 5 and a 6. For sure. Okay, so maybe I need to actually think about what's happening here. Because there's a doubled 3 up here. I don't know. So I do know the digit that's doubled in these boxes is are 4, 5, and 6. So it'd be really nice to know something about these, but I can't quite figure it out. So if there's a doubled digit here, then that digit is a 6, and that digit is a 4. So if one of these is doubled, it's a 5. That feels incredibly niche, but it's true. I think actually it's true over here, though, too, isn't it? I think that's the point. If one of these is doubled... No, it could be a 4. If one of these is doubled, it's a 4 or a 5. But the double digit in these cells is never a 6, because whichever of these is doubled, it's putting a 6 above it. So there's no doubled 6 over here. So the doubled 6 is either here or here. What is that going to give me? Well, it's going to tell me that this cell's never a 6. Because the doubled 6 is the second 6 in these columns. That seems worthless, but we're going to do it. I've done a lot of work to remove a 6 through here. I feel like this trick I learned from an Andrew Sarkis puzzle, of the noting that the double 6 is going to do that. Okay, so one of those is the double 6. Yeah, how badly could it go? Okay, these are a pair. When did these become a pair, and how have I never noticed that they're a pair? I don't know that they're a remotely useful pair. In fact, I think they're a completely useless pair. I just can't believe I didn't notice it. Doesn't that double 6 roll more 6s out of box 5? I don't think so, because I think the doubled 6 could be in any of these cells, and I don't think these cells see anything else, do they? Together with that 6. So there's 2 6s in these cells, is what I know. Where's Niverio to give us the uniqueness deduction? Whichever of these is 3 is doubled. Is something. No problem, Danita. Or Danita. I'm always happy to have people make suggestions in chat. They aren't always right, but that's fine. That's how you learn. Okay. Martin says this can't be 5. Because if it is 5, then it's doubled. And then what goes wrong? If this 5, it's doubled. And then these are 2 and 5 and the doubler's there. Wow, that's complicated, but it's true. So if this digit is 5, then it's doubled. Because the other digit down here is a 1, and that's already been doubled elsewhere. And so then these would be a 2 and a 5, but the doubler would also, by Sudoku, be placed on top of them, and the doubler can't repeat. So that's never a 5. So now we've actually priced 5 into this column in this box somehow. So we've priced 5 into that column down there somehow. Does that apply universally, that we can't have vertical roping? That is a good question. I think so. In doubler 6x6s, I think that is true. But maybe not. But yeah, it definitely does. If you have vertical roping, then one of those ropes has the doubler in it, right? Maybe okay. So I think the double roping thing, or I think the roping thing only breaks if you actually have the doubler in both of them, right? I think you might be able to dance around doing that. If the 5 is doubled in box 3, doesn't that break? So if the 5 is doubled here, the 6 is doubled here, and the 4 is doubled over there. Why is that a problem, dare I ask? So the 5 will be doubled there. The 6 will be doubled there. The 4 will be doubled over there. But this is a 6. That's the problem. Right. So the thing is, if this digit's a 6, it makes that digit a 3, and now that's the doubler, and so I can't put a doubler here, except I just did in the process of doing this. So this is not where the doubled 5 goes. And so the doubled 5... The hilarious thing is I don't think it gets us so much as a pencil mark. But the doubled 5 is now not in this box. So there is a 5, but it's not the doubled 5. So I need to be doubling a 4 or a 6 in this box. It may help, literally not at all. There is a significant chance of that. But it's cool. Okay, so SPQ asks if this is a doubler. Sorry, if this is a 6, what doubler does box 3 contain? And so not the 5 doubler, not the 6 doubler, and so it would have to contain the 4 doubler. Is that a problem? So if this is the 6, it's the doubler. I'd have the 4 doubler over here. And this would be a 1. Wow, yep, that's a problem in column 3, yep. So if this digit's a 6, it places a 1 here. But also if this is a 6, it's a doubler, which places the doubler here. But now that doubler can't be anything, because that 1 and 4 rule out 4 and 5, and 6 has already been doubled. So this is never a 6, it's a 1, and that's the doubler. That is quite a spot. 4 and 1 go in up there. I'm like 50-50 as to whether I'm going to get a message from Jay after this saying that's exactly what I intended, or a message saying, how did you miss the pair in row 2 or something. Jay is the expert on this. There is no doubt. So the 5... Oh, right. So these are gray. And so the 5 is not the double digit. And so what is? And the answer has to be the 6, because there's no other option. So these are a 5-6 pair now, per that note from before. So this is a 1 and a 3 and a 6. The 6 is the thing that's doubled. So this is a 5 and a 3, and a 6 and a 5, and a 6 and a 3, and a none 6, a none 5. We can go ahead and mark the remaining digits. So these are a 2-4 pair. We know the 4 is getting doubled over on this side now, because the 6 is doubled here, the 5 is doubled here, the 4 is doubled over here. So in particular, that's a 5, but in particular, this is not a doubler, and this is a doubler. And the fact that it is a doubler tells me it's a 6 and a 3. We definitely should have used Danita's point and just filled in that the doubler was... Sorry, I did that backwards. So this is the doubler. Sorry, I did it backwards. 3 and 6. But Danita was right. Danita was absolutely right. 4, 1, 5 go in. These are all gray. That's a 6, and it's the doubled 6. So that's gray, and that's the doubled 4. That's a 4 and a 2. 6 and a 5, 2 and 4, 1 and 6, 2 and 3. Woo, boy, that was an adventure, but what a puzzle. As one would expect from Jay Dyer. Put up quite a fight. I mean, I love any time there's like a 6x6 where the whole puzzle is 4 arrows. Like what a treat. All right. I am going to wrap up stream there for now. So thank you everyone for watching. Thank you to all the windmills out there. I know you have been not getting to vote for stuff for a bit, so I hope you appreciated the Windmill Appreciation Day of doing all windmill voted puzzles. We'll do windmill voted puzzles again next time. So when I stream on Sunday, we'll do that again. So thank you to everyone who supports the stream. If you want to support the stream, if you want to get those fancy windmill privileges and vote on what puzzles we do, then you can click the join button down below, and that will take you to a page where for as little as $5 a month, you can support the stream. You're under absolutely no obligation to do so, but we do greatly appreciate it if you do. We stream a little over 50 hours a month, so you can sort of divide if you're interested in figuring that out. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for helping me spot crazy things in Jay Dyer puzzles. Much appreciated, and I'll be streaming again on Sunday. So thank you very much. I hope to see you all next time. I think it's not this Sunday that's the guest stream, but the Sunday after that we have a guest stream. And I think we are allowed to say who the guest is, but I'm not 100% sure. We'll announce it officially on the Discord who the guest is. It will shock no one who the guest is, but it will be announced on the Discord. Thank you to all the patrons of all flavors, whether you're on Patreon or YouTube. It's Niverio. Okay, we can say it. It's Niverio. Niverio is guesting next Sunday. It is not a surprise anymore. So we will have Niverio. It will be fun. And I believe we're already in plans for the guest after Niverio as well, so you can look forward to that. Thank you so much to everyone. It should be a blast. I think it will be a lot of fun. But this Sunday, we're just going to do more voted on puzzles from the bucket. So if you have voting privileges, go in there, sort that out. Thank you very much for all of that. Thank you especially to the Turbines, the people who contribute at the top level. David Ratner, Michael O'Connor, Nordy, Franco, Woofer, Andreas, DDX, Logan Wall, Daniel Silverstone, and Willie. Thank you so much. Great fun having you all here, and I'll see you all very soon. That's it for now, though. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. And you can see, by the way, the names of all the supporters here on the ending screen, so thank you to all of them very much.